been very easy, but yesterday the team chasing won. So all these things, they play on your mind?
They do. I mean, see, the last game that we played, first inning was difficult to bat on. This wicket looks pretty good, and second innings, anyways, it gets a little good for bowlers as well, for medium pacers. Yes, there's a due factor, but we can't rely on due factor always, and we would like to put some runs on and defend it.
Well, yesterday in the first plate semi-final, the team that didn't win any single league game went to the finals. So do you think that's a lucky charm for you now?
Hopefully. I mean, we would like to play the finals, but look, these guys are playing really good cricket. They defeated us in the first game with utmost performance, and we would like to come back strongly and make a win here.
Any changes in your side?
We have 3 changes. Sapan misses out, Himayat misses out, and Zishan misses out.
Good luck for the game. Well, Amar, what would you have done?
I think I would have batted first too. Wicket looks good. Yeah, batting, I would have batted first, yeah.
Okay, so now you will have to bowl first. So what is the kind of total you have in mind?
I mean, it's a good wicket to bat on. It looks like it. So we back ourselves to chase as always. I know last match didn't go as well as we would have liked to, but that's not a portrayal of our ability whatsoever. Just one of those days. So I think anything under 280 maybe is a good target to chase.
And any changes in your side?
Yeah, we have 4. A couple of guys are unavailable for today. So we have Ronak back in, Shaurya Singh, Arash, and Aditya Shetty comes into the squad too.
Very good of you to remember all the names. Yeah. And playing the plate finals, I'm pretty sure you would have ideally wanted to be in the cup group, but it's still a big moment. I mean, you are getting an opportunity to showcase your talent.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we're playing for silverware. We got to show what we can do. Obviously, the tournament didn't go as planned. But, you know, we have something to fight for at least.
Good luck for the game.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So that is the news from the middle then. It's Jiju Janardhanan of the Pacific Group who's won the toss, and they will be batting first.
Right, so the news from the centre is that Pacific Group have won the toss and decided to bat first. And I think it's a good call. They can get runs on the board. The scoreboard pressure will definitely be a factor, as we see the 2 umpires walking out in the middle, and the team for DCC Starlets, quite a few youngsters in that side. Ronak Panoli, Punya Mehra, Nilanj Keswani, Amar Badami, the skipper. So a very young but talented side, this one from DCC Starlets, while on the other hand, a formidable Pacific Group. They've not performed to their reputation and to the team that they have, to the players that they have, but this is what it is. They've have to play the semi-final now and try and get to the plate final. Now, the team that wins today here will go and play 7 districts in the final. DCC Starlets, the playing 11, Amar Badami, Ronak Panoli, Aditya Shetty, the leg spinner. Watch out for him. Punya Mehra has had a good tournament. Yug Sharma, Ahan Fernandez, Surya Satish, Sailesh Jaishankar, Nilanj Keswani, Shaurya Singh and Arash Raheja. That's the playing 11 for DCC Starlets Pacific Group. The captain Jiju Janardhanan, Hamdan Tahir, the wicketkeeper Mujahid Amin, the left-arm spinner Zishan Abid, Ansh Tandon, Rizwan KS, also a spinner, Irfanullah Khan, Akif Raja, Sanaul Haq, Aman Arshad and Abhay Jotin. That's the playing 11 for Pacific Group. So both these teams are looking strong on paper, but the team that performs well on the given day is the team that's going to go into the finals for the plate championship. Joining me in the combox to give me company and to take you through for the next few overs, I've been joined by Nishant Majetia. Nishant, good afternoon and welcome.
Very good afternoon, Shoaib. And of course, the team winning the toss, electing to bat first. I was a little surprised, to be very honest, because if you look at the pitch, then it's got a very dark look to it. And it was very similar yesterday as well. But as the day progressed under lights, the pitch brightened up, suggesting that there might be a little moisture on the wicket, which dries out as the day goes on. And early on, the ball might not be coming onto the bat as well as it does in the second innings.
Well, we won't have to wait for too long to find out, as here comes Nilanj Keswani. First ball flighted and driven straight back to Nilanj. A gentle loosener, and he's hurt himself on the thumb. He's already looks to be in pain, so he's got a wrapping around his thumb. Looks like he's already injured around that area.
Yes, Jiju Janardhan, 4 matches, 44 runs for him. Hasn't been able to get going. And they'll definitely want to make a good score here. They haven't won a single game. And Nilansh Keswani has picked up 5 wickets in 3 games before this. This is the 4th that he's playing. And that one comes in slightly.
Yes, he likes to bowl those arm balls a lot, especially with the new ball. He doesn't turn the ball too much, but that swing in the air and the ball coming into the right-hander can cause trouble.
He seems to be having that one-finger ball like Imad Wasim as well, which comes in after pitching. In the CBL finals yesterday, Imad Wasim bowled one and got a wicket as well. There's the one. As a bowler, how difficult it must be to control the ball with just one finger.
Very difficult. I think it's a special skill to have. And Nilansh Keswani is a gifted and a talented bowler. Gets the edge and should be taken. That's the wicket. Wanted to whip it across. Nilansh Keswani strikes in the very first over, and there goes the celebration as well. He's the man with the X factor for DCC Starlets. Has the knack of taking wickets, and the first wicket of Jiju Janardhan falls for Pacific Group.
Yes, he consistently bowled those one-finger deliveries coming into the right-hander, prompting Jiju Janardhan to play this on the onside, but this was a stock delivery. A proper left-arm spinner's delivery, got the leading edge. He ends up the first over with a wicket maiden. Jiju Janardhan departs for naught of 6.
So Yug Sharma has been introduced in the attack. A successful over, the first one for DCC Starlets. Nilansh Keswani striking in the first over and getting that big wicket of the skipper of Pacific Group, Jiju Janardhan.
And that brings the man in form for them, Abhay Jordan, in the middle. He's off strike as Hamdan, the wicket keeper, is facing Yug. Always a pressure when you lose a wicket without a score on the board. Namar Badami at the toss mentioned that looks to go for the big drive there inside edge to fine leg for a single. He did mention that the performance in the last game doesn't define them as a unit. They're much better than how they performed in the last match, and they would want to get things better.
Yes, I think DCC Starlets have got a really good bunch of players now. The only thing that isn't in their favor is that they don't get to play the 50-over format a lot. And when you don't have that exposure, it's always difficult to come out and bat and perform consistently. So in one match, they might score 300, but then in the other, you might get all out for 50 as well. So the consistency comes only when you have a regular exposure to that format of cricket. And I think that is something that is missing. And even Mr. Mazhar Khan, when he was here in the comm box, urged and appealed to everyone involved, the stakeholders of the game, to bring and introduce more 50-over cricket in the domestic calendar.
Well, I think a lot will depend on how does UAE fare down under in 15 days' time. And I'm pretty sure that if they do reasonably well in the T20 World Cup, then once again T20 will get all the focus. Good looking shot through the offside, might not have the legs to carry it over the ropes, and they will come back for 3. So Abhay Jautin is off the mark.
Absolutely magical and majestic shot there from Abhay Jautin. I haven't seen him bat, to be honest, but I've heard a lot about his batting, and that is just a glimpse of what he can do. That was sweetly timed and great technique, pleasing to the eye. Speaking about talent, there's another man who's very talented on strike right now, Hamdan Tahir. There you go, beautifully driven on the up, and that ball will race away towards the boundary. Beautiful looking shot from Hamdan Tahir. Great balance and even better execution.
Yes, just pushing it through the offside. That was timed very well, and the ball just raced away. End of the second over, it's 8 for 1.
Oh, beautifully bowled, outside off. Nilansh Keswani growing on the confidence from the previous over. Now this is going to be an interesting contest. Abhay Jautin versus Nilansh Keswani. And Nilansh, Nishant, he likes to bowl to good batters. And he likes to take that challenge. And I feel this is going to be a really good contest.
Yes, and Abhay has shown that he has the ability to bat long. And Nilansh is starting off the over with those arm balls. There it is again. So 3 on 3. Abhay very watchful.
Yes, you have to play him as a slow in-swinging bowler. That is how you need to play him, because you'll hardly see a ball turning away from the right-hander, especially with the new ball. He likes to keep darting those deliveries in and around the stumps. And that length, Nishant, it's not easy to be bowling that length. Every delivery out of 6, he's bowled 5 of them already, not even one closer to the batter. I think that is something special about Nilanj.
Yes, consistency is a key factor. This one is tossed up, and those will be the first runs of the bowling of Nilanj, and he's not happy. 3 overs bowled, it's 9 for 1. Watchfully defended on the onside this time.
Yug Sharma, he's a no-fuss bowler. He just, comes very subtly towards the crease, will come and bowl just like business as usual. But he is nippy. Bowls a juicy full toss, nicely flicked by Abhay. He won't be missing out on those. And that's 4 runs for Abhay and Pacific Group.
Yes, he's not going to miss out on run scoring opportunities at all, because he's going to be watchful, and he is definitely going to put away anything that has 4 written on it. Yes, Yug, when I first saw him, I couldn't believe he's a quick bowler. His demeanor is so calm. Even when he walks back to his bowling mark, looks like as if he's just ambling across. That's a good delivery. Just a hint of movement there. Getting the inside half of the bat. Another dot ball.
Another good delivery. Just the right length. Not a lot of movement in the air for Yug. And suddenly you see there's no wind blowing across the ground now. So it blows in patches. Sometimes you'll feel that breeze blowing across, and sometimes it just stops. And that also is a challenge, because then sometimes the ball moves and sometimes it doesn't.
The batsman will have to keep that in mind as well when playing the shots. That's hit straight to mid-off. Again, the Pacific Group will be heavily reliant on Abhay. Straight to gully, another dot ball.
End of the over as well. It's 4 overs, 13 for 1.
This will be interesting. Nilansh bowling to the left-hander now. Hamdan, and he's bowling from round the wicket itself. Watch out for that one-finger delivery. I think he's just going to cramp the left-hander for room here.
Yes, and I think he might just want to get that angle across with the slip in place, the ball moving away. If he can pitch it around middle and off for Hamdan. That's the ball. That's the ball you want to bowl. The ball shaping away, the slip will always be interested.
He's created an illusion for Hamdan that the ball is there to be driven. But then suddenly he realizes it's very close to be driven.
Well, yesterday Asim was asking me about who my left favorite, if I had to choose one. That's the ball you were talking about, that edge, and I think Hamdan will have to think as a bowler and avoid playing those shots.
Again, you see very tidy over this 5 dot balls here from Nilansh. Make that 6. It's the second maiden over for him.
Yes, and if I had to pick one bowler, a left-arm spinner, it would be Nilansh Keswani, just to answer that question. 5 overs, 13 for 1 is the score.
Yug starts a fresh over. 2 overs, none for 12. Up by 8 of 15. Hamdan batting on 5 of 10. Nicely driven, lovely shot. That's another boundary here for Abhay Jotin.
Nothing wrong with the ball, just the right length as well, but a good punch on the front foot. And he's got it right from the middle of the bat. The ball has gone and hit the boundary ropes in no time. Abhay moves on to 12. And he's looking good.
Yes, he's the man in form. He's got plenty of runs under his belt. In just 2 games, He's among the top run getters. He's played one game less, mind you. Didn't play the first game for the Pacific Group. The second game got an 80 odd, third game got 100. And gone! That is a very, very sad way to get out for someone who's been in such good form. Whipped it away. The shot midfielder grabbed onto that one. Abhay Jotin departs and it's a big wicket.
Aditya Shetty taking that catch. Abhay Jotin, the important wicket for Pacific Group, falls. He was the man who was scoring runs for them, but not today. 12 of 18. Second wicket down. Just chipped it and straight to short mid wicket. 17 for 2. So number 4 for Pacific Group, left-handed batter, Ansh Tandon, very stylish, immensely talented as well. Just a treat to watch when he gets going. But hasn't been amongst a lot of runs. That is something that has been just a concern for Ansh. But today could be a different story. A perfect time to come out. His team needs a hero. And can he be one for his side today?
He has to. Left alone outside the off stump. And that is another dot ball. So Yug managing to pick up a wicket in that over. 6 bowled, 17 for 2.
Nilansh Keswani continues. This is his 4th over, has just given away 1 run so far. And Hamdan also knows that he needs to be very cautious. Doesn't want to give away his wicket. to Nilansh. He's their spearhead bowler, always looking for wickets, Nilansh Keswani.
So Nilansh so far has bowled 3.3 overs, has conceded 1 run. That means he's bowled 20 dot balls. Make that 21 now. Has been brilliant. Just loses his footing there. Again, nicely bowled, another dot ball. That is another maiden over. 7 overs bowled, 17 for 2. Yug starts off a fresh over with a short ball to Ansh, which has been cut away very nicely by him. Boundary scored. And Ansh is off the mark. And taking strike with me for the first time today is the wicketkeeper batsman, Asim.
Thank you, Nishant. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Yug continuing here from the SCA end. Now, he's got that big fish out of the equation here. It was a perfect plan, I would say. Full delivery in swinging, forcing the batsman to play that shot where the fielder was placed. Now, either he could have gone slightly that trigger movement onto the back foot and flicked it on the onside, which is towards the square. But since he was leaning forward on that particular shot, he had to give it there. And Aditya Shetty making no mistakes.
And the ball was dying on him, took a good catch.
And it travelled fast as well because he timed it so beautifully. Aditya Shetty getting into the action and getting into the ranks here immediately in the game, making an impact. Now would want to see what impact he makes with the ball today. Late swing coming in play. And it's Arash Raheja. Stops the ball, could have been a boundary.
Excellent fielding. Now, how many bespectacled players do they have? DCC Starlets. They've got Yug bowling with the spectacles on, Nilansh. And now the fielder there, Arash, beg your pardon, Arash Raheja. You look at all three of them standing together, you suddenly feel the three brothers. Getting the ball to move. And that is why I tried to bowl that delivery. Down the leg side of the pads. Wanted to get that swing going again.
This time it comes into the left-hander. Pretty unnatural movement there for Yug, but that was a surprise delivery. Nicely dealt with by Ansh. 8 overs gone. Pacific Group 23 for 2. Keswani continuing here from the Bukhatir end. Nicely tossed up. So he's not giving the batters that room or that margin to actually cut loose, which is best thing about his bowling. And no wonders why Shoaib has picked him as, rates him as the best left-arm spinner.
Well, sometimes I have a feeling that he's probably not playing cricket, he's playing archery.
Well, with the kind of consistency that he has in his line and length. Look at that. Finishes off in that, that off stick and the fourth stick line. That becomes difficult for the batters. They have to do and take that extra risk.
And doesn't matter whether it's a left-hander at the crease or the right-hander. He's just been able to create a cluster. If we could show you the beehive graphic on this, would be a beautiful graphic to watch. That cluster formed on the stumps.
Not only on the stumps, but the pitching area. Will be that this was pitched slightly up and pouncing on the opportunity there. Excellent work in the field. Ronak Panoli there. I think he's been that consistent weapon there for the captain to go for.
This one goes through. Should have been the third consecutive maiden over, not to be. They'll come back for 2. Nilansh not happy. 9 overs bowled, 25 for 2.
Yug continuing here, and so 2 left-handers out there in the center. Wouldn't be surprised if they get in another off-spinner, and should they decide to rest Yug from that end.
So you think Nilansh will keep bowling?
Well, I don't mind he continuing. Probably I might keep his 2 overs for that particular, passage of play where we have batters going berserk after the bowling. Maybe have his couple of overs. Meanwhile, not required here. Yug has done the damage. Hamdan Tahir playing a rash shot, stepping down the track, and looks like those overs, when the runs were not flowing, that has taken a toll on his patience. Stepping down, getting an inside edge, and that was enough for him to make his way back to the pavilion.
I don't understand what was the need, and that's the advantage of keeping it tight, keeping it within the stumps. Small error from the batsman and you reap rich dividends. Exactly what happened there. You picks up his second. Hamdan departs for 5 of 19, and Pacific Group now 25 for 3.
Yug has been really impressive in terms of the responsibility given on him and how he has very well responded to the captain's ask here. So the two bowlers that have been used, they have picked up 3 wickets here, and I think the credit goes to Nilansh Keswani, the way he has bowled and applied pressure from the other end. Beautiful delivery inside edge though.
What a lovely delivery that was, inside edge, saving him.
Well, mind you, these umpires these days, they do not like players giving that soft sign of bat involved. There are certain umpires who don't. I'm not trying to put it to the ones who are standing here in the Bukhatir League, but there are certain umpires. I have faced many of them. If you are signaling if there's an inside edge, they might give you out because of that.
Well, I'm okay with it. 10 overs bowled, 27 for 3. We'll come back and have a chat about it.
Nilanj continuing here. He's into his 6th over. Look at that spell. 1 wicket for 3 runs. I think he's just not letting the batsman cut loose, and which is why it is adding pressure for scoring runs from the other end. This is excellent stuff here from the men in blue.
First bad ball that he bowls, really, but he's got protection for that. Sometimes you are rewarded for all the good work you have done in that respect. Just like Vikum picked up a couple of wickets of bad balls in that spell.
Well, pretty strange move here that they have pushed the long off behind for Ansh Tandon. Well, you would definitely want to attack as much as possible when they are being pushed onto the back foot, so that they take the risk.
Yes, they don't have 4 fielders outside, they've got just 3. Well, just because they're allowed to have more than 2, I think they've had 3.
Beautiful delivery there. Another maiden. 6 overs, 3 runs and a wicket for Nilanj. Not sure whether he's going to continue, but 11 gone. Pacific Group 27 for 3. .128 for 3. Good delivery, good delivery. He was pitching it on the good length area all this while, and there's suddenly one right up there.
The more I see Yug, the more I feel that he's someone who thinks. He's a thinking fast bowler. Doesn't give you the impression. Gives you the impression of a geeky bookworm.
Exactly, I was about to say that.
Who will just come in and do what is written in the book. But I think he has the ability to go out of the book as well.
Well, just don't get disguised with that look. The look of that studious child. .29 for 3. Pacific Group, they are in trouble. Honestly, they are in trouble here. Just not able to figure out when to accelerate and whom to accelerate against.
And Amar Badami, one smart thing he has done here is that he has done nothing. He has allowed these two to keep going and make the batsman feel that there is hardly anything that they can do. And I'm pretty sure after this kind of pressure that has been put for 6 overs each by these two bowlers, whoever comes on to bowl next, there will be an instinctive willingness of the batsman to try and cut loose against that bowler. And don't be surprised if in the next 4-5 overs, when we see a couple of bowling changes, a couple of more wickets falling.
Absolutely, and that purely will come through because of the pressure that has been applied here, built here, regular wickets being taken. It's not just that they have bowled tight, they've also picked up wickets at those regular intervals where it was required. especially the kind of pressure that was built in from the Bukhatir end by Nilansh Keswani. That's one of the factors which has led to that brilliant start for DCC Starlets.
This time just going down the leg side slightly there. Very close to that hip of Aman there, that delivery.
But I think they'd be happy to lose the toss on this surface here, Amar Badami and DCC. Meanwhile, nicely flicked off the pads. Couple of runs here. They do have another fast bowler in the form of an intelligent fast bowler, Surya Satish. Varies with the pace. He was very impressive in that previous game.
32 for 3 after 12.
Driven handsomely, stand and deliver. Good looking shot from Ansh Tandon there. It was pitched up, change in the bowling here. And what a way to welcome.
Shailesh Jaishankar introduced into the attack. That's nicely driven. And I just get a feeling Yash was waiting for something of this sort to happen, for a change in bowling. Ansh, beg your pardon. As he moves on into double figures with that 13 of 24 right now.
That's a lot better. That's a lot better there. You can't be pitching it up to a batsman who's looking for a boundary to ease that pressure. Pitching it up is like inviting trouble, especially when that's the first delivery that you're bowling in your spell.
And then if you look at it, probably that's the only delivery where you are sort of forgiven for committing an error. First ball of the spell, bowler loosener, get away with it.
Good effort, good effort there from Nilansh. Even though he's not bowling from this end, making sure that he's giving that adequate support to the bowler. Almost.
That did carry.
It did, but it was a tough one. Let's not get harsh at him, but it was definitely that minor chance. If things are going so right in your favor, even these get, you hold on to them.
Well, they've already taken a pretty good catch at short mid-wicket, that of Abhay Jotin.
Well, that was a big one. That was a big one. We know how effective that lad is, especially when given an opportunity. Before this game, he was averaging at around 110. So that's like, in 2 games, scoring 230 runs it's not just easy. Missed out on his 100 in the first game.
Made up for it in the next.
Unfortunately, they're not getting enough support from the rest of the team, which is why I believe, I mean, take those innings of Abhay Jotin out and look at the score of Pacific Group.
So the attempt to score runs is visible in this over, and that resulting in half a chance was also happened. Well bowled. Much tidier this from Sailesh.
Well, Sailesh needs to really work on his those deliveries that he makes errors on, the ones which are really fed to the batters to just go after him. That's where the entire economy, he turns out to be a really expensive bowler. But if he just keeps on sticking to that disciplined length, it's not easy to, especially when you have lost 3 wickets and you're in hunt for those boundaries. Batsman will have to take that risk. Lot better. Single taken of the last ball. And single it will be. 13 overs, 38 for 3 Pacific Group.
Apesh, but into the gap. Surya comes in to bowl from the other end, and he is given a welcome with a boundary as well.
A risky shot there from Aman Arshad, playing away from the body. But more important, it was in the gap. These shots can fly anywhere.
.42 for the loss of 3 wickets. Aman moves on to 9 of 9. The last 2 overs. I think DCC Starlets shouldn't mind these attempts to score runs. Meanwhile, another good shot. Fielder inside the circle getting a hand to it. So it will be restricted to 2.
Well, if you're just feeding the batters this way, it will be too late for you to realize and act upon it when they are set.
Just get a feeling that they should have probably continued with a spinner from one end. And just ask him to bowl a very tight line. Played away on the onside dot ball.
Maybe you could have introduced a spinner from one end in the form of Aditya Shetty.
What are the other options that they have? Aditya Shetty.
Ronak Panoli is another option. I haven't seen Arash Raheja.
Not timing that one at all. That is a dot ball.
And I hope Punya is not that option that they're going to be using after 40. Because if they are planning to have Punya as the resource, get him now.
Yeah, it would make sense. It would definitely make sense to get him early rather than late.
Well, expecting Or off spinner to come down and bowl Yorkers is the next 11 assignment, I would say.
5 dot balls, in beg your pardon, 6 runs and then 3 dot balls from Surya. Aman bats on 11 of 13.
Yes, no confusion, but it was the right call not to go for that run. 14 was gone. Pacific Group 44 for 3. Jai Shankar continuing. Good shot. Nice pickup shot there from Ansh. Not sure whether it'll carry all the way. Good effort coming in from Arash Raheja. Couple of runs. Well, what I really like about that is the intent behind that shot. It was pitched up in the zone and nicely flicked away. Well, as a left-hander, I think Shoaib will be in a better position to talk more about it. Welcome back, Shoaib, to the Combox.
Thank you, Asim. Good evening, everyone. Yes, what a great shot that was from Ansh. Always pleasing to see a left-hander flick the way he did. And he's anyway very stylish. Ansh, every shot that he plays looks very, very stylish and grand. Look at that defense as well. So he is what you would say a complete package. The only thing missing in that package is consistent runs.
Definitely. He's getting those initial 25s, 30s and just not able to convert them. Got a beach of a delivery against that game against Karwan, wherein Vakas dismissed him. We were talking about Vakas not turning the ball, and on the other wicket, where the ball was turning square, Vakas got one to nip in. Oh. Look at that. Now, this reminds you of Shikhar Dhawan, the way he used to play the pull shots on the onside. Look at that.
Absolutely beautiful shot. What a cracking shot that is. Mighty impressed, mighty pleased, and everything right about that shot. Good pickup, good clearance as well. So Ansh Tandon, when he plays well, he really plays well. That is what I like about him. He's a very special talent. Just needs to get runs under his belt. And maybe tonight is his night. 22 of 30 and the ball is on the roof.
Well, definitely, what a shot that was. Look at that shot delivery and pulled. Inside edge. No appeal there from the bowler. Now, what's actually pulling me away from these decisions being made by the captain is the fact that they were struggling to play the spinners. Why would you want to take spinners away and take out those opportunities for another wicket? Letting the batters settle down, well, just not able to understand.
Down the leg will be called a wide. Yes, I think Nilanj Keswani did well to keep that pressure cooker on from one end, and that helped Yug to get a few wickets as well. The only reason why I think Aditya Shetty is not being introduced is because there is Ansh Tandon out there in the middle, a left-handed bat. But what they can do is they might want to consider Ronak Panoli or Punya Mehra to come in and bowl a few overs.
Well, you definitely want to see Aditya Shetty more than anyone else. Main spinner of the side alongside Nilanj Keswani. They're heavily relying on their spinners. Why would you not want to use them? Meanwhile, 15 overs gone. Pacific Group 53 for 3. Slightly back of the length there from Surya Satish. 53 for 3. What's good about Amar is the fact that he is coming and talking to the bowler after every delivery, if you notice. And at times you see captains, they talk about strategies and what to bowl next. However, there are some who just come and pretend as if they're talking to the bowler just to confuse the batters.
Well, as you rightly mentioned, Amar, he is a very hands-on captain, likes to be in the thick of things, involved in every decision and makes those small plans with the bowlers, and that's a good way to approach a game.
Driven nicely, but there is fielder there. Now, this is the time where if they let this partnership build, it's building slowly, gradually. It's what, 29 right now. If it grows, the batters will grow in confidence as well as the game progresses, which is inviting more trouble, especially to your ace bowlers who has not bowled an over yet. Pulled, but not good connection there. Get a single.
As a batter, you need to plan your next few deliveries, and I think both these batters will want to see how they can exploit the field at the moment. For the left-handed Ansh Tandon, there are only 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle on the boundary ropes: a square leg, a fine leg, and a deep third. Allows to let it go. So anything slightly full is an opportunity for Ansh, which he will get in the over. At least one delivery which is fuller in length, and if he can play that straight and clear the infield, he will get value for his shot. So they need to plan their innings accordingly.
Well, Shoaib, as a left-hander, a ball that is angling away from you, you would try as much as possible not to play straight, but rather more towards the extra cover region to go with the angle of the ball, which makes it easier not to get that, the edge or the outer part of the bat. You would want to go with the angle that the ball is being delivered. 16 up, 54 for 3. Jai Shankar continuing, and there's an appeal there, but definitely going down the leg. Managed to get a leg by. Partnership is increasing here. It's for 31 at the moment. Now, Shoaib, what do you reckon? Is it a good call here after winning the toss, electing to bat first on this track, playing a semi-final game, wherein you know you have decent spinners who are going to come in the ranks and going to come in the play in the second half? Do you think it's a wise move? Because yesterday there was a lot of dew there. As Simranjeet said, it was very difficult to grip the ball.
Well, you're right. Actually, there was a dew factor that was there yesterday, and we saw how difficult it got for SCA to bowl. But having said that, they didn't get runs on the board in the first place. Had they gotten 280, 250, 240, they got 7 wickets in that second innings as well. So that scoreboard pressure in a semi-final definitely plays on the mind of the teams batting second.
So when you say that, you're saying that score anything around 240, 250 and try to defend that?
100%. I think if...
But if you look at both the teams, 7 districts versus DC Starlets, yes, the color of their jersey is quite similar, but the way the batters bat is completely opposite.
That's true. They've definitely got a lot of depth in their batting, but if Pacific Group can get to 250, 260, I think they'll fancy their chances against this young side in a big semi-final. It won't be easy for them, that's for sure. And I think that's the best bet, because if they would have fielded first and had to chase 250, 260 in a big semi-final, I think it would have been... I think this is a much better situation to be in, batting first, putting runs on the board and then defending it.
Again, as we say, cricket is very subjective. I mean, in the same situation on any different day, you might have a different opinion, because you have to bake in different other factors as well, which is important. Today, Shoaib says that batting first is the right call. Well, I am pretty neutral on this front today, because the conditions are, I mean, compared to last night, looks pretty drier today. And here, this part of the world, with the captains, more often than not, they prefer to chase under lights because of the dew that settles in on the grass so often. And there is one point that I would really want to touch base on. We can do that after in the beginning of the next over. Continue that. That'll be an interesting chat to have. 17 overs gone, 56 for 3. So, well, we are back here after the drinks interval. 56 for 3, Pacific Group. Surya Satish continuing. Nicely played. Now, pretty much resembles the way Shikhar bats, you know, those deft touches towards the backward point and stuff. We were discussing about the due element coming into play. Now, you know, for teams, in order to assess whether due is going to be coming in, as a captain, you've got to be really smart in terms of understanding how the forecast of the day is, how it pans out during the day, how it's going to be as the night progresses, because that is something that is going to, you know, play an important role in terms of deciding whether dew will be in or not. The more the wind, the less the dew, cooler the temperature, higher the probability of dew settling in, but at the same time you need to understand the fact that how much of humidity is also there, how much the air is while pulled handsomely, and that's going to be another 6. Good shot here from Ansh. Shorter delivery and complete control of it over the head of the fielder.
Well, you can't be bowling that shot to Tandon. He likes to go on the back foot and pull it towards the fine leg, and that is exactly what he's done. So a lesson learnt the hard way, Surya. If you want to get that ball, it has to be well directed, not on the leg side where it's easy to just pull it off, guide it on its way. This is a much better delivery.
Well, I think if you have observed Ansh, he has got a lot of inside edges today, and one of the probable reasons what I feel is that the way he's holding his bat there, Shoaib, he is slightly having that the face of the bat slightly opened up, because of which when he's going for the shot, it's hitting the inner part of the bat. Just like that. I think slight modification in the way he holds the bat is something that he really needs to work with closely with his coach and understand whether is it something that needs to be paid a lot of importance. Do I have to make this change or not? Because what I feel from here is that the inner edges is a result of the way he's holding his bat.
Quite possible. We've seen that he's opened the face of the bat quite a few times already. End of the over. 18 overs gone. Pacific Group 63 for 3.
Punya Mehra has been introduced here. Tossing it up in the air. Ansh has really batted sensibly out here. He's batting on 29 of 44 deliveries.
Yes, he's done the hard work. He's got himself in now. He's got a start as well. Now it's important that he carries and makes it count for himself and his side. Gets to a good 60, 70, 80, maybe 100. And make sure Pacific Group reach to a decent total as well.
Well, I'm very keen to understand, you know, the logic behind he holding his bat this way, because it's something that is, you know, not going right for him. Nineteenth over here, ball to go. Good first over from Punya Mehra. He's tossing it up in the air. 64 for 3 at the moment.
Yes, a good over, just one run off it. And I think this is a good decision to bring him in. 19 overs have been bowled. Pacific Group 64 for 3.
Aditya Shetty finally being introduced into the attack. So captain immediately realizing, after trying the pacers for a few overs, that spinners are the way to go about. And immediately relying on his ace after Nilansh, Aditya Shetty. A lot of wrist work there involved. Going onto the back foot and just playing it with soft hands, Ansh Tandon. Well, slightly, you know, some variation coming through in the form of his action, bowling action there. Aditya Shetty is coming a bit more straighter in terms of his release point. Earlier he was slightly wider.
Yes, he's worked, I think, in the UAE camp. So definitely there's a lot been learnt for Aditya. He's one of the players who've come through the domestic circuit, through the school cricket of UAE, and has played for the Under-19 World Cup as well. Was a part of the UAE side in the Under-19 World Cup. And he's going to get better. You'll see a lot of changes, a lot of good positive changes. Good delivery. Very good delivery. It was hit straight at him. Just falling short.
Well, Aman really needs to be watchful for his wrong ones, because those turn big. You've seen how effective he has been with his wrong ones. Goes with a conventional leg spin there. Tossed up, a single taken. Now, as per the trend that we've seen with Aditya Shetty, at times he gets hit for runs, but the same very match he picks up like 3-4 wickets as well. And he's been that sort of a typical leg spinner, goes for runs, picks up wickets. The captain will always have to have that trust factor in him that he's going to get me those breakthrough.
Plays it off the pads. And that was a googly, the wrong one. I think just the direction has to be right, especially when you're bowling the wrong one, because otherwise it becomes a lot easier for the batter to just nudge it around and get those singles.
That is a perfect place to pitch that wrong one, if at all the batter was right-handed. This one with an offer there for Aman Arshad. End of the first over from Shetty. And for 3 runs in that, 20 overs gone. Pacific Group 67 for 3. In the air, chance for the fielder. And that's gone all the way. For a second, it felt like it's going to be there, out there somewhere in the inner circle. Not to be so.
That was a brave shot from Ansh Tandon. I'll tell you why. It was pitched outside off and turning away from him. He got onto his front foot and played it over mid-on. The fielder was inside the circle. So that takes a lot of courage to be playing against the turn.
Well, I think that's a bigger problem to address for Ansh personally. The way, the slicing of the bat there. Again, if at all the bat position was proper, this could have been played a lot straighter and the connection would have been even more better. If he goes back and listens to us and tries to join dots as to what we are trying to say, he'll be in a better position to correct and become a slightly better batter, what we are talking about in terms of the connection that he's getting through on his bat.
Nicely played again, straight down the ground for a single. So this is smart, sensible batting from Ansh. After hitting a 6, he's looking for those singles, and hopefully he continues the way he's batting for his side. He's got the start, as we already discussed. The partnership, well, it breaches the 50-run mark with that single. So good, important partnership building up for Pacific Group. Short ball, pulled, chase for the fielder, and the ball will win the race. So boundary for Aman now. He's been the silent spectator from the other side, just kept chipping away those singles, and now he definitely pounces on that loose delivery, plays it backward of square, and gets 4 important runs. Nicely pulled. Played it straight back to the bowler. Dot ball to end the over. 21 overs have been bowled. Pacific Group 78 for 3. So Punya continues his apologies. It's Aditya Shetty who's been asked to continue his second over. Gave away 3 runs in the first. Ansh Tandon is on 39 of 56 deliveries. as Asim Sheikh moves out of the comm box. I've been joined by Nishant Majetia.
Thank you very much, Shoaib, and that's another few runs coming through there. So we've just been able to get the runs, which I think is pretty good. Really choked for runs. In the first couple of spells. No, that's going down the leg side. That's going down the leg side. Wasn't even a close call there, Shoaib. Over-optimistic appeal there.
Yes, not a very difficult call for the umpire, Shami, maybe to judge that not out. As you mentioned, it was going down the leg side. Rocks on the back foot, plays it towards the cow corner. Will only get a single Aman. He'll move into the 20s. As Ansh moves into the 40s. A well played knock, some really good looking shots, some really classic textbook orthodox cricketing shots that we saw from Ansh.
Nicely pushed back to the bowler. So Ansh had got 230 plus scores prior to this. Has managed to get some more runs today as well. That's the end of the over then. 22 bowled, it's 83 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Rocked on the back foot and played it towards the cover sweeper. Sailesh Jaishankar, the man who cut that off. 84 for 3 after 22.1. Remember, if you've just joined us, this is the semi-final number 2 for the Plate Championship of the Bukhatir League. The bottom 4 teams are going to play this. 7 districts have already won against SCA yesterday, and they are in the finals of the Plate. Now it's going to be one of these 2 teams, the winner of this game, who will join 7 districts in the final. Beautifully driven, but again straight to the short covers.
Ansh approaching his 50. And he backs off this time. Does it again. Umpire not very happy with that. Having a word with Yash. Punya pulled out of the bowling stride once. Yash has done it twice now. Punya making some changes in the field, removes the slip, gets him to short extra cover, short cover rather. And that's the arm ball. The NMS dot ball. Nicely tossed up, driven. And a good stop by the fielder at short cover. Doesn't allow run to be taken.
Flighted delivery inside out. Beautiful shot from Ansh Tandon to end the over with a 4. Absolutely brilliant batting so far, in complete control. And 4 important runs again, just at the last moment, just at the right time, playing it over extra cover. Nice looking shot. 89 for 3.
So that's the current partnership here. 4 boundaries, 3 sixes, 65 of 82. Excellent job done by Ansh and Aman here.
What a brilliant delivery. Aman has no answers to that. Aditya Shetty has got that smile on his face. He's celebrating that wicket. And why not? It was a magical delivery. Got the wrong one just at the right length. And the stumps have been shattered. First wicket for Aditya Shetty.
Yes, Aman Arshad, the pass for 21 of 31, and the partnership has been broken. Pacific Group are 89 for 4 now.
Oh, another googly to welcome Zishan Abid in the middle, and he had also no clue about that delivery. They need to watch his hand closely. They're not reading him off his hand, they're reading him off the pitch, and that's not a great sign for a batter.
Well, never is. Hardly have any time to read then. And that was a very well bowled. Excellent delivery again. He's mixing it up nicely here. Aditya showing that his googly turns as well. I'd really like to see him bowl a ripper of a leg break. And that was the googly attempted again. Cut straight to the fielder. Another dot ball. Excellent over so far.
That was a good googly, well disguised as well, just at the right time, but did not execute it well. It was outside off, allowed Zishan Abid to cut it. One more ball to go in this over. Gets the regulation leg spinner turning away. Another good over from Aditya Shetty, a wicket maiden. 24 overs have been bowled. Pacific Group 89 for 4.
That's nicely cut away by Ansh. We'll get only a single there. Moves on to 47 now. He's approaching a half century, a much needed half century for him.
Yes, and Punya has been leaking some runs, 6 runs and over almost. Has to be able to build on the pressure that is being put from Aditya Shetty on the other end. Has to complement that. Nicely played off the pads on the back foot by Zishan. He gets his first run on the board. Ansh is just one shot away from a well-deserved 50, and if he gets to that 50, which I hope he does, he should continue the good work for Pacific Group.
Now is again the time to put some pressure on the new man in, at least. And if you can keep him quiet, that pressure will automatically translate to Ansh as well. Wanted a single, but oh, he'll get it ultimately. And he'll retain strikes. At 25 bowled, it's 92 for 4. Nice delivery there from Aditya. Keeping it very tidy indeed. He is just not allowing any room whatsoever. Easily driven, single taken. I don't think they will mind bowling to the new man in. That's well bowled. Stepping it away.
Aditya and Nilanj, these are the two bowlers that the Dubai Starlets would rely heavily on to get wickets and also to stem the flow of runs, which they have successfully been able to do. They just need, I think, one more bowler who can actually come in and bowl alongside Aditya, because Punya has been pretty okay. Oh, that looks close. That looks close and has been given. Aditya Shetty strikes in another over, consecutive overs, consecutive wickets. This time it is Zishan Abid who has to walk back. Another googly does the trick for him. He was never able to read that ball. This was caught right in front of the stumps. Easy decision for Shami maybe. And Aditya Shetty is a happy man.
He will be delighted. He will be mighty delighted with it. He has picked up another wicket. And Zishan Abid departs for 1 of 9. Sana ul Haq walks into the middle now. Pacific Group are 93 for 5 at this stage. Seem to be in a spot of bother. That partnership which was there for the 4th wicket, that was very crucial. Otherwise they would have been in dire straits. Aditya slips in another googly. 26 overs bowled. It's 93 for 5. Pushed away, they'll pick up a single. And that is 50 for Ansh. Very well played. Important runs these for Ansh. Crucial half century there. I'll be very pleased with this. So that'll bring Sana on strike. Goes on the back foot. Pushes it back to the bowler there. Another dot ball.
Oh, that's another good delivery. No foot movement at all from Sanaul Haq. Anshin, meanwhile, has reached to that 50-run mark, but he knows the job is not done yet. What he'll have to do is make sure that he bats till the end, no matter what the score they manage to get. The plan has to be to stay there till the end.
Yes, that's the least they can do. Bat 50 overs. Backing away and looking to slap it through the offside there. Will get a single and will get off the mark. Played away towards the onside, straight to the fielder there. Another dot ball.
End of the over as well. 27 overs have been bowled. 95 for 5 is the score.
There has been his innings, some lovely shots. He's been adventurous with his stroke play as well. And he's managed to get to a well-deserved half-century. Two for 9 in his 4 overs, ready to bowl his 5th, Aditya. Last couple of overs, he has managed to pick up 2 wickets. Can he pick up another one here? Slog sweep, brilliantly connected, but straight down the fielder's throat. Now that was a good shot by Sana, yes, but he picked the fielder perfectly there in the deep, and Aditya has 3.
From outside off, he swept it, he's middled it, but he found the fielder waiting for that catch. So another wicket, as you rightly mentioned, and that was not the shot that was needed at the moment from Sanaul Haq. He was just out there for 6 deliveries, a short stay in the centre for Sanaul Haq as Pacific Group lose their 6th. Is 95 for 6 now.
कल का मैच कहीं को फंसा मैं 180 पे वो लोग गंदा खेले
Right, so 95 for 6 now, and it's just the right time to head along the sidelines where we've got Asim with a special guest.
Well, I have the manager of Pacific Group here, Mudassir, a very good friend, but in a different role today. Mudassir, first of all, looking at the score here, 95 for 6, doesn't look quite pleasing. Tell me more about what exactly was the plan here after electing to bat first.
Good evening, Asim, and good to see you around again in the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. And talking about our batting, definitely we were targeting around 270, 280, but unfortunately we lost a couple of wickets early. But the good thing is Ansh is still out there, and today he's trying to convert the 30s, 40s into a big score.
Well, keeping this game aside, overall, we have seen a lot of support coming through for the domestic talents by, Tahir Bhai, specifically, the Pacific Group as an entire team, developing talents and giving opportunities to the players. Tell me what exactly is the plan going forward here, because Wasim, who was an integral part of the team, Usman Khan was a part of the team. So that side disturbance has happened in terms of the squad. So tell me more about what exactly is the plan to get things back in track.
Yeah, definitely, Asim. The motive of making this team was to give chances to new talent who is coming into UAE, and luckily in this tournament we have got a couple of new players. Abhay Jotin, one of them, and Aman is there, and Himayat. So definitely UAE is traveling with UAE, Wasim, and we cannot fill that gap of Mohammad Wasim. But still, these guys are trying out their best, and we have a couple of more tournaments coming up in Dubai. So hopefully we'll regroup and we'll try to play some good cricket.
Well, not filling the gap of Mohammad Wasim. Well, I think there is no replacement for any player for that matter. Talk about Mohammad Wasim or any player of that matter. But Abhay Jotin coming into the side, how much of confidence that has given to the boys?
Definitely, he's a very good batsman, and as we have seen him in the ICC, and credit should be given to Rizwan KS, who has pushed a lot for this guy to make into our squad. And it's always a good feeling when someone from Pakistan or India comes here and straight away they perform, and Abhay got 1 century also in this tournament, and hopefully we'll with Abhay for this season.
Well, that's a good sign. We can see more of Abhay and test him under the T20 conditions, a shorter format as well, and see what does he have to offer on the plate. But overall, we have known you for years. This is not the way you would want the team to perform, and we know the kind of reactions that come through. But tell me, how are you managing your temper seeing your team in this situation?
It's really tough to manage new people, because it's always easy to manage the old group which we are having for the past 2 years, and there are some new faces, and it's really tough, but slowly and gradually they'll come to know about my temper. So for this tournament I'm keeping my cool.
Well, looks like you getting into the commentary box as well has done some help for you to manage your temper, and moreover your family has come down as well. So I think things have collectively come in place in order to rescue for your temper. But overall, tell me how has the things been so far with Pacific Group? How do we see the team faring in the 6 months down the line here?
We are looking forward to make into semi-finals of upcoming tournament. That is our target, because we have got some new lads and they need to get the experience of UAE conditions, as they're not used to play night matches back home in Pakistan or in India. But definitely down the line we are expecting this team to go into the knockouts. This tournament has been very horrible for us, but hopefully in upcoming tournaments we'll try to achieve something better than this.
Well, I hope that you guys come out with the best of combination. Coordination is super important, as we have seen, but all the very best for the team and for your role with the team. Do well.
Thank you, Asim. And before going, I would like to ask you, when are you going to give me that party of biryani, because you're back home in Sharjah?
Well, inshallah very soon. The date is not yet finalized, but yes, someday very soon you can get. Keep a tab on your phone.
Thanks a lot, Asim, and it was nice talking to you.
Likewise, and that's it. Back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Asim. A very candid conversation with Mudassir Ali, who's the manager of Pacific Group team and also an active commentator here in the domestic circuit. It'll be good to have him in the comm box sometime. But as of now, Pacific Group have somehow managed to get to the 100-run mark. 104. Ansh is looking solid on 56, but he's losing partners at the other end. Meanwhile, Punya is bowling his 6th. Now this is good use of the resources that they have, Nishant. We saw Punya was not utilized as much as they would have liked him in the previous games. But today, looking at the pitch, the conditions, the way that he has bowled, I think it's only fair that he's getting his 6th over.
Yes, and he's bowled pretty quickly as well. That is pushed away. And I think that is one thing with part-time bowlers that I've noticed, that they bowled they've been bowling very quickly. Just rushed through their overs, not allowing the batsman any time to think, adjust. Very well bowled. Another tidy over from Punya. 29 bowled. It's 105 for 6.
Starts off with a wrong one to the left-handed Rizwan KS. 105 on the board in 30 overs. This is the 30th in progress. But what a good bowling performance this has been from Aditya, taking those 3 wickets and just conceded 16 runs. And we've seen, Nishant, the teams that are able and are capable to take wickets in the middle overs are the teams that have really done well in the tournament.
Absolutely, that has been the key, and I think that is where teams have won or lost games in this tournament. Off the inside edge this time. They'll pick up a single. It might not be a bad idea to get Nilansh from the opposite end now that Aditya is bowling so well and they're 6 down. It will be a good idea for Nilansh and Aditya to bowl a couple of overs each in tandem.
Absolutely agree with you on that. I think he should be brought into the attack, try and clear the tail. Although Rizwan definitely can bat, but it's a different scenario altogether when you're 6 down and you just have 20 more overs to go. You have to build your innings. Using his feet, comes down the track. That's gone high up in the air. Fielder coming underneath it. Can this be a wicket? No. That was a catch that should have been taken, but adding insult to injury, he's not only dropped the catch, but also conceded a 4.
Well, yes, another boundary added to the tally there. Coming down the track, going over the top. And that was, of course, catchable. Just misjudged. Could have been 3 wickets in 3 overs for him.
Well, if I read that correctly from his lips, whatever he was trying to say, I think he was asking the captain Ammar Badami, who was that?
He's not happy with himself. The fielder there, he knows you shouldn't be dropping catches like that, especially when your team is on top of things.
Especially when the batter is on 60 and he's given you a chance, and Aditya could very well have gotten his 4th wicket. Not the best of times to drop catches. It's never a good time, but this one was definitely not needed for Dubai Starlets. Oh, good delivery, good delivery. Good appeal as well. Aditya is not happy. Let's look at that. Pitched. And I think it was going down leg. Aditya was screaming his lungs out. Not to be. 30 overs have been bowled. Pacific Group are 110 for 6.
Nicely bowled. Push back to the bowler. So Punya continues. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot. It has gone into the roof.
Well, that's gone out of the park, and it was Rizwan this time who takes on that charge. Juicy full toss. That's a poor delivery to start off with, but you still need to put those away, and that is exactly what KS has done. Rizwan using that that willow of his and just smashing the ball out of the park. Home run for Rizwan. I think 1 over too many for Punya. That was a poor delivery and rightly punished.
Coming down the track, taking it on the full and hitting it over the top. Very well done there. $116 for 6. Rizwan batting on 11 of 12. Punched off the back foot towards long on, single taken. That'll bring Ansh on strike. So 2 left-handers in the middle. I think, is that a reason why Nilansh is not being brought in?
2 left-handers. Well, I think he's bowled well, regardless of whether it was a left-handed batter or the right. He's bowled to Ansh Tandon earlier on in the innings, and Hamdan Tahir was also in the crease when the innings started. So I don't think that's the reason. I think it's just strategically they feel that Punya Mehra can get the ball away. But he's not getting a lot of turn as well. And those odd loose deliveries are being taken for runs. So just the right time, I feel, to get the launch into the attack.
Well, I would definitely have him bowl alongside the leg spinner. Nicely bowled there by Punya. 31 overs bowled, 119 for the loss of 6 wickets.
So Aditya continuing. I think he's going to complete the entire 10 overs in one spell. Oh, beautifully bowled. Exceptional bowling. Bowling at its absolute best. We know leg spin is a difficult skill, but this man is a master of that skill.
Brilliant bowling that, and went right through him. Will be absolutely delighted with that delivery there. So just that 1 over where he didn't pick up a wicket. Otherwise, he's been picking up wickets The last 4 overs, last 5 overs, he's picked up 4 wickets.
Yes, and that over also they created a chance. The chance was dropped. Rizwan KS out for 13 of 16. It's 119 for 7.
Another googly there, cut away straight to the fielder, dot ball. Nicely cut away. They will pick up another single. Irfan is off the mark. .61 of 82 is what Ansh is batting on. Comes down the track. He's been the lone warrior for Pacific. We'll pick up another single. Inside edge. He's really getting the ball to talk a lot. End of 32 overs, 121 for 7. So Nilansh is brought back into the attack after all. And coming back into the comm box is Asim after that interview. Just catching his breath a little bit. Welcome back, Asim.
Thank you, Nishant. And looks like they are right pushed on the back foot. And look at that amount of turn that Nilansh has got on that delivery. He can get the ball to move both the ways. Look at that pitched and move, sharp turn. I think that confidence that he's having because of that first spell gives him that. Look at that, almost crashing onto the stumps. Irfan a bit lucky.
Very lucky, I would say. So now questions will be asked from both the ends. So that will be very interesting to see. Nicely bowled, defended.
Now he moves on to that orthodox left arm spinner mode. With the new ball, with the shine on, he tries to drift the ball in the air. Beautiful delivery from Nilansh Keswani. Tossing it up in the air. Look at that. And through the defense.
And again turn, again turn.
Turn and bounce. What a bowler he is.
You would just turn up and keep bowling those deliveries. Is absolutely fantastic with the ball. Beautifully done again. This is outstanding stuff. Another over from Nilansh comes to an end. And it's just conceded 2 there. 124 for 7. Upish, and it lands safe. They'll come back for 2. Very well bowled again by Aditya. They will pick up a single. Moves on to 65 now. They'll bring Irfan on strike.
Irfan, I think the way he's batting is not looking very comfortable though. Going through the defense a couple of times. Just staying lucky there, I would say. Here comes Aditya. Can he get his 5th in this over?
Again, back to the bowler.
Well, they're just not able to read the wrong uns from his hand.
I have a feeling they're unable to read either of the deliveries, the wrong one or the one that turns away.
Two left in this over here. 34th over in progress. Beautiful delivery. They are reading him off the surface. So if he bowls start quick, I think he has the game in his favor.
Last ball of the over, and played out by Irfan. 34 overs bowled, it's 127 for 7. This is the innings so far. Nilansh picking up that first wicket. And then some delightful shots played. Abhay Jotin was out. But Ansh came into bat after that wicket fell. Then he got into the act. Good partnership for the 4th wicket. Some big hits by Ansh. Inside out, over cover. And that was the moment when the partnership was broken. His first wicket there. Then he kept picking up wickets almost every over. That was a very well-timed shot, but picked the fielder there in the deep. Ansh Tandon played some lovely shots. On his
The opportunity put down there by the fielder. A couple of hits coming in from the bat of Rizwan KS. And that was it. He was done through the gates. Beautiful tossed up leg spinner. He was playing for the wrong one. And that has been the case throughout. They were just not able to pick which one's going to come in, which one's going to go away. And here is another bowler who's coming into trouble. 7 overs, 5 runs and 1 wicket. Nilansh Keswani. Definitely a very improved bowler. With every tournament that passes by, we see a different version of him. Just as we speak about it, he has played in the air and that's dropped. Dropped by Yug. Got the height, but not the distance on that occasion. Ansh Tandon, another opportunity goes begging. Stepping down. Just getting that, I would say, played with a lot of power, getting that top edge.
That will bring Irfan on strike. So Nilansh has a chance to bowl to Irfan for 5 deliveries here. Bit of turn. Watchfully defended. I think Irfan has just done well to get bat on ball and survive.
I think that's a different game altogether, putting bat on ball and surviving. And then there is batting out all overs, getting them to a decent total. at the moment, the way things have poised out for Pacific Group, it looks difficult.
Ansh batting on 66 of 86. Couple of deliveries remaining in this over. Nicely bowled. Ansh, I think he should realize that Nilansh just has 2 more overs after this. Not a bad idea to play him out.
Stepping down, taking a single of the last ball and keeping strike. Ansh moves on to 67 with that single. 35 gone. Pacific Group 130 for 7.
Aditya into his 9th. 2 overs apiece for Aditya and Nilansh. Sweep attempted, no impact, outside off. I think that did take the glove, and the wicket-keeper could have lashed onto that one.
Well, opportunity, another one goes begging here. Ansh living dangerously, but still there.
Nicely bowled, another dot ball. 3 more deliveries to go in this over.
That was a poor delivery there. Even though it's a legal one, but immediate apologies coming in from Aditya Shetty that was really bad. No runs coming through on that one, but that's what happens when you have your day on your side. Even the bad ones don't get punished. Well, playing it with an open face there towards the point. Another dot ball. So Aditya has been really impressive. 9th over here with the ball to go. 4 for 27. That's some impressive spell here, making your debut in the 47th Bukhatir League for your side in the semi-finals of the plate. And end of 36, Pacific Group 130 for 7. Nilansh continuing here from the Bukhatir end. No change of ends here for this little magician. He's been absolutely brilliant. Into his 9th over, has been very, very economical. Just 9 runs and a wicket for him. Nicely tucked down on the onside for a single. That will bring Irfan on strike. Now suddenly there has to be some brakes that is applied in at the pace which the wickets are falling here. The moment Shoaib steps out, the batters seem to be a lot more confident, Nishant.
Yes, that is how things have been. That's a good leave, just outside the off stump. Six of 18. Beautiful delivery from Nilansh.
Well, who says he just gets the ball into the right-handers? Give him the old ball and see the magic.
Very nicely bowled, very nicely bowled. Cut away this time. That'll be another single taken.
I think things have, and the proceedings have pushed a little further than DCC would have actually wanted here. We've already played 37 overs, Pacific Group. This partnership is growing, worth 14 runs at the moment. Ansh, who's batting really beautifully here, 68 of 95. Given few chances though, but what matters is that he is still out there.
Yes, and he's giving the chances because he's right now trying to get some quick runs. Direct hit and would have been curtains. But not to be, and nobody backing up there either.
The captain wouldn't be satisfied here with the way Yug has been on the field. Couple of chances going down. And here, that could have been a run out. And you got to be blaming the bowler as well. He needs to come behind the stumps in order to gather the ball. Nonetheless, here 37 gone, 134 for 7. Just pulls off in his run up there. Aditya Shetty into his final over. It's been very economical. Slightly in excess of 3 an over. 136 for 7. Definitely want to take that 5 for home. Now, just really surprised to see not having that catching man in his last over. You probably want to take that risk and get that one fielder in the short mid-wicket area. Especially against Ansh, who's now trying to be on the defensive side of things, not trying to attack too much.
Yes, I think Ansh has started feeling that he's got to bat deep, try and bat as much as possible and as long as possible. Nicely bowled. That was the googly from Aditya.
Well, Nishant, this is an interesting phase as to how you want to strategize things and take an approach from here on. 2 more overs to go in the power play you know, before we start the third one, where the 5 fielders will be outside. Now, as a team, as Pacific Group, would you want to take full use of the opportunity and play a natural game, just go out, all out against the bowlers and play your natural shots?
Well, that has been a conundrum for all teams around this stage of the innings, isn't it? Almost every game you discuss the same thing over and over again. What do you do in this situation? Bat 50 overs or take advantage of the field restrictions? No, my dear friend. Impact way outside of.
Well, definitely I would want to have that again. The Morgan strategy that goes with is, even if you're going to defend and just going to not have any runs on the board, and under that pressure, you might just give your wicket away. Why not just play your natural shots? Go ahead, build that confidence with those pet shots that you have. At least what you're doing is you're trying to build that confidence. Even with that flow, you can play out the 50 overs.
Yes, and of course that is something that is always going to be the confusion for the teams. Last ball of the spell from Aditya. Wonderful spell. Pity he didn't pick up a fifer. And probably bowled the worst ball of his spell to finish it. Shot, pulled away for a couple.
Well, they say best form of attack is defense. I'd say best form of defense is attack.
So Nilansh bowling his final over now. Single taken there. One for 13 in 9.1. In the 39th over. Nicely driven. Should get a single.
Well, Nilansh is trying to get the ball spin away from the right-hander. Probably get that one-finger delivery in. Get the batsman wrapped right in front. Irfan has shown some resistance here.
Well, he looks very unflustered, if you ask me. Irfan there, 9 of 22 deliveries. Has been pretty solid. And turn and bounce, beats the outside edge. Couple of deliveries remaining in this over. Very well bowled. Another dot ball. What a spell this has been from Nilanj. He's picked up just 1 wicket. Look at the number of runs he's given away. What are the odds of them batting 50 overs here? Nice delivery. Very contrasting to the leg spinner. Bowls a very good delivery to finish the spell. 39 bowled, 142 for 7. Good delivery to start with for Surya there on a length. Defended, that is a dot ball. So yes, they've got 11 overs to go. Ansh hangs around and plays for 100. You never know.
Looks like he's not in the mood to hang in there. Steps down, gets a couple of runs. I think he's in a hurry to get those runs, as many as possible. He's now trying to play for the team here, looks like.
And that is why I sometimes feel that cricket is one of the most unique sports in the world. Sometimes, even though it is a team sport, the individual milestones matter a lot to the team's cause. I think it might not be a bad idea for Ansh to really play for 100 here. Might, in fact, work out well for the team's cause.
Well, what we're talking about is add another 23 runs, which takes the total to 167. 10 odd runs from Irfan in that contribution takes it to 175. Calculation is pretty simple here. And so is a shot straight to the fielder. He puts it down. Another chance for Ansh Tandon. He is living dangerously, but more importantly for Pacific Group, he is still out there.
This is what I was trying to say. If he tries to take chances right now and gets out, then you're not going to get those 30 runs either.
Look at that. Off the back foot, not getting the... I mean, this is purely misjudgment. I don't know why he had to slip down. This is not good. Well, I think in competitive cricket, Ronak Banoli has played a lot of matches, and this is, I mean, this is not good.
Going for the drive this time of the inside half, straight to mid-on.
And how many times have we seen Ansh getting that inner part of his bat? Minor adjustment coming through, he will be sorted with his entire issue with those, with the inner edge coming through in the game. Slight minor adjustment.
Opens the face of the blade. And that is nicely done. He has placed that brilliantly. Shaurya giving it the chase. And just get a feeling he might have managed to pull it back. This is the kind of cricket that Ansh should be playing here. That'll be 150 up for Pacific.
Well, I think that is a downside when you're diving close to the boundary rope and you don't have those side cushions available. When you roll in on the ropes, you tend to have that impact coming through. Look at that. Well, that's purely misjudgment, I would say. In the air, chance for the fielder. He comes underneath, it settles. But it's gone all the way. Well, even if it would have been inside, Sailesh Jaishankar was not looking in the mood to take that.
I think that was catchable. To be very honest, that was catchable. At the ropes. Let's take a closer look. It was catchable. Again, misjudgment.
Well, just trying to get away with that. Showing that was 6, else I would have taken it.
40 overs bowled, 156 for 7. Punya to bowl his 8th. Starts off with a delivery. Darted across the right-hander from round the wicket. Goes on with the angle. That is a dot ball. Irfan plays out another one. It's flicked away this time. Will pick up a single. And Irfan has done well. He's given the strike to Ansh whenever possible. Excellent thinking.
Well, absolutely there. Ansh will have to face most of the deliveries here. Punya Mehra again been introduced after the 40 over mark. He has bowled 7 though. That means he was utilized pretty much today compared to the previous game. Played it back to the bowler, dot ball. So even if you consider the situation they are in, Pacific Group, the strike rate that Ansh has maintained is pretty healthy.
Yes, you have to give him credit for the innings that he has played today. Very nicely done. Moves on to 90 now.
Well, you really can't blame Ansh for the chances that he's given, but you know, the fielders have not been able to make full use of it. I think Amar needs to be really smart here in order to have his fielders in the right position. I mean, I'm really surprised to see that deep square leg back where Irfan has not even shown signs of sweeping any delivery. Why would you want that? You can probably keep him on strike.
Again driven. Will pick up a single. Is turning the strike over Ansh. Doing it pretty well. And he has picked up a single of the last ball to retain strike. 41 bowled, 160 for 7.
There's a poor delivery here from Surya Satish, misdirecting. 91 of 111. Now, Ansh should go ahead and score his 100. He's batting well. He's been that lone warrior here for Pacific Group. Out of 161, 91 runs belong to Ansh, in excess of 50%.
Yes, a brilliant job. They're coming back for the second. Good running between the wickets. Ansh is playing one of the knocks of the tournament here.
Well, the bowling effort here from the DCC Starlets side, it reminds you of India of 90s, wherein, 90s or early 2000s, where a couple of bowlers coming in, picking up wickets. Once they are done with their spell, even with 7 or 8 down, the team are managing to add another 50, 60 odd runs and taking the game away from India's reach.
I think it's been a perennial problem with India. Even today, removing the last couple of batsmen has been a big headache always. There are times when Bumrah does it with his Yorkers, but still, overall, I would say India is probably one of the poorest bowling attacks against tail-enders.
I mean, the ability to get rid of the tail-enders is something that India has lacked across, the years. And same is what we can see here with DCC Starlets, is something that they are not able to figure out how they can get through. Look at that partnership. It's worth 42 at the moment, Nishant.
And Irfan's contribution, just 11.
11. The contribution, I would not look at the score, how much he has scored, but rather the deliveries, the time he has spent on the crease.
Absolutely. That is worth its weight in gold.
Because those 11 or 15 odd runs can definitely be covered by any other batsman, but the stay is very important here. That the passage of play that he is playing it out with Ansh is very important. Meanwhile, pulled in the air, chance! And that's been put down again. This time it was Nilanj Keswani. He's living dangerously, but he's still out there.
He had got it covered. Nilanj had taken it. I think when he went down, he had the ball in his hands. Look at that. Oh, that popped out.
Well, Ansh is giving out clear messages. Please take those catches. These are the chances that I'm giving you. 5 of them now.
And enthusiastic kids there. Last ball of the 42nd over them. And down the leg side, that will be 5 wides.
Now, trust me, Nishant, this is switching momentum towards Pacific Group. Even if they do not have the 250 on board, they still have a decent total which is there that can be defended. We have seen Sharjah Cricket Academy go ahead and give a fight against 7 districts last night. They defended the total of 184 in the previous game. Well, with the kind of bowlers that Pacific Group has, they still stand a chance here.
Yes, and remember, DCC batters are under immense pressure. They were bowled out for 50. The last time they came out to bat, single to finish the over, 170 for 7.
Look at the chance that he is given here. Ansh living dangerously. This was the second one of the bowling of Nilansh Keswani. That was put down by Yog in the deep. This was another one that went Ronak Panoli's way and went for a boundary. Not sure what exactly he did there. This was another one. Nilansh, it was expected that that should have been taken. Not to be so. Punya Mehra into his 9th over. Well, a clear message coming through. Shoaib has joined me in the comm box now. That Punya is supposed to be used in the mid overs. They have used him today. Did not get wickets though. But they have opened up that bowling option that they were lacking earlier.
Yes, they have. And that is what we had discussed even in the previous game when they brought him in the death overs, that he is more of a bowler who can get you the quick overs in the middle. Meanwhile, another good delivery angling across. Irfan is struggling at the moment. 32 deliveries for his 12. Ansh, well, he's had a lucky day out. If I would have been in his place, I would have definitely bought a lottery today. 4 dropped catches. How often do we see that of the same batter? And he's now on 94.
Well, it's a clear-cut message out there. If you give chances to the batters, they're going to go and make use of those opportunities, score runs with every drop catch. 25 runs have been added there. That does not matter. It doesn't show up in the scoreboard though. Certainly, people witnessing the game. I mean, as a bowling side, you got to be blaming yourself more than anyone else. 43 gone, 172 for 7. Jai Shankar comes into the attack. Final 7 overs here. So Pacific Group, trust me, they've done a fantastic job in rescuing this. Partnerships worth 52. They've done it very, very well here.
Yes, an important partnership coming in just at the right time. They need to continue. They would want to continue till the 50th over. Sailesh has just bowled 3 overs before this, has been brought into the attack. 16 runs conceded, not a wicket for him today.
Well, we spoke about 4 chances coming through. In fact, those are 5 chances, Shoaib. That was another chance that Sailesh Jaishankar did not go for the catch. Had he been there on the ropes, that would have been taken. It went all the way for 6.
Absolutely. Good run, sensible run.
Now, Ansh needs to understand the fact that he needs to get to that 100 first, achieve that individual milestone, get that sense of satisfaction that you have achieved 100 here when your team was in the dying situation, you've delivered, and then go after that, because the level of confidence that will be there will be a lot better, because it's the nervous 90 stage at the moment. You might end up mistiming a few. Glorious looking shot from Irfan. And that's going to be a boundary. Too good. Nicely driven with a lot of power. And wide off, long off.
Yes, a good shot. High back lift, and he placed it wide of that fielder at long off. Ronak diving to his left, but the dive was not enough. And he gets a 177. So slowly but steadily, Pacific Groom trying to reach the 200-run mark.
Once again in the same direction, but not with a lot of power. This time will only be a single. So they are batting with positive intent, especially Irfan, after the boundary, looks a bit confident there. 19 of 39. He has given that able company to Ansh to help this partnership go to 59. This is good batting here from both these players here. Ansh five short of that 100. And they would definitely want to bat at that 8 per over and get that to 225.
Poor delivery down the pads, down the leg side. Another misfield, 4 more runs. We'll have to wait for the umpire signal. 4 from the bat. And that brings Irfan, that brings Ansh on to 99.
Yes, last ball of the over. Not a good one there from Surya Satish, string on the leg side. And what's good about that is Ansh played it down the ground. 44 overs gone, 182 for 7. Well, playing on the offside there. Single, that will bring Ansh on strike. Now, everyone in the dugout will be standing there for that single run to cheer for that heroic knock coming in from Ansh. Yes, chances there, but does not matter. It doesn't show on the scorecard. He did not ask them to give him chance.
A lot of field changes now. A short cover is coming inside to stop that single. A short mid-wicket, a long on has also been brought in to mid-on position. The square leg has been asked to come inside as well. So Ronak versus Punya. In fact, it's Punya who will be bowling to Ansh. Here we go. Bowls it, plays it straight down the ground, and that is it. A well-deserved century for the man who's done well, struggled earlier on, but has brought his team to a decent total. Ansh Tandon, number 13, has got his much and well-deserved century.
Definitely a proud moment for him and for his father as well, who has been a constant supporter of his game. What a knock here, especially in the situation that his team was in, stayed there and bringing up 100 in a situation that was much, much needed for his side. 184 at the moment right now. 5 more overs to go and we can expect Ansh to unleash now.
I like that word play. Ansh needs to unleash. And that is the right way try to push as much as he can to get to 220. Meanwhile, Irfan wants to go big, but all he can do is go back to the dugout because Punya has darted one in on the stumps, completely missing Irfan on that occasion, and the stumps have been disturbed.
Look at that, right up there and missing the line of the ball completely. And there he has to walk back. Irfan making his way back, resilient knock.
So Punya gets his first wicket in his 10th over, and in comes Mujahid, the new man in. Defends it off straight back to Punya Mehra. Two left-handers out there. Another dot ball to end the over and his spell. A very good spell from Punya Mehra. 42 runs and a wicket. 45 overs have been bowled. Pacific Group 184 for 8. That is Ansh's innings so far. 7 boundaries and 4 sixes in that 100. Some really good looking shots both on and off the field. On the offside and on the offside. And there you see some celebrations from the dugout. 184 for 8. 30 deliveries more left in this innings, and in those 30 deliveries, Pacific Group, with having Ansh out there in the middle, will fancy at least another 40 runs. Smiles all around. Dead ball signalled by Shami maybe. Goes for the Yorker, low full toss, missed opportunity for Ansh. He could have hit it straight down the ground as well, but finding the fielder at short third. Goes for a big hit. Fielder coming underneath it. Hasn't got the distance. And the story continues. The horror story continues for Dubai Starlets. Another dropped catch.
6th chance for Ansh Tandon. And he's still out there. Well, now his teammates would be saying, throw everything at it. They are not in the mood of catch. They want you to play, so keep playing.
Well, I think the formula is simple. Hit it high up in the air and just run for it, because it has been difficult for DCC Starlets fielders to take catches. Buttery fingers. But this is a very disappointing performance from DCC Starlets.
Well, apart from Nilansh Keswani, no one came even close to the ball where it's supposed to be taken.
That is true. They have completely lost the sight of the ball, have misjudged it time and time again.
On any other day, these are good fielders who take spectacular catches that we have seen in the past as well, Shoaib. It's very, very disappointing to see these fielders putting these catches down. And I think the only difference that can be if DCC loses this game to Pacific, these drop catches will be that reason.
Oh, yes. And just like any other habit, I think this dropped catches is also infectious to the side. Once you drop a catch, it affects not only you but the entire side.
Slice down towards the third man, but straight to the fielder. Now, as a captain, it is very important for you to, bring your boys under the hurdle after that first drop catch itself, or the second one maybe, to the most. Get them into a huddle, make them understand that what has gone is gone. Let's let this not transform as a negative energy to rest of the boys. It is very crucial as part of the leadership of the side. And when you develop it at this early age, it makes you a good captain in the long run.
They will get a single. Yes, the captain has a big role to play in lifting and maintaining the spirit of the players.
You can't undo that catch which has gone down, but what you can change is let that negative vibe not spread across. That is very important, because as you said, it is infectious, it is contagious, it transfers to other players, and just to cut that thing down, you need to probably get them, push a couple of motivational words that this is not what DCC is known for. DCC Starlets, you guys are stars. Pull a spectacular one and prove the viewers wrong. 46 gone, meanwhile Pacific Group 189 for 8. .46 overs, Pacific Group, they have played out here. 2 more wickets in hand. They've done a fantastic job in terms of a rescue, I would say. Trying to slice that, expecting a wide. I think the initial gesture that came in from Ansh that it's going to be given as a wide.
In fact, he was asking the umpire if it's a no ball for the field restrictions, but then quickly realizing There are 4 fielders inside the circle. Another catch, is it? No. Lands safely and in the gap as well. Does well the fielder to keep it inside the field of play.
More importantly, stopping 2 runs there. I think it's the substitute fielder, Harsh Bubade.
Another shot high up in the air. Who wants it? 2 fielders converging. The ball just falls right in between the 2 fielders, Nilansh and Aditya. He'll get only a single.
Well, looks like he is losing out on his strength there, Ansh. Doesn't have that power after facing 128 deliveries to clear the boundary ropes. Trying to slice that over the point. That's where Mujahid Amin really likes to play. No connection whatsoever. The ball to go here in the 47th, 192 for 8. I think fantastic job done here by Pacific Group in order to get to a total that they might believe that they can defend.
Yes, I think it's going to be tough, but not impossible for Pacific to restrict DCC Starlets. Remember, they've lost the previous game before this. They were 50 all out. So that is a factor that Pacific Group will feel that they still can exploit. Wide signaled by the umpire this time. So another run added to the total.
Well, and more importantly, Pacific Group has the momentum on their side, the way they have turned things around here in terms of getting to a total. And I feel that was a slight harsh call here. It was angling away from the left-hander. Yes, it was away, but within that guideline, what we call it. Well, played it towards the extra cover, getting a hand onto the ball there. A single taken, that will bring the over to the end. Mujahid Amin will keep strike as Pacific Group, after 47 overs, they're 194 for 8. Here comes Sailesh Jaishankar.
Oh, good ball.
Good delivery, good delivery. Has it pitched outside the leg stump? That's the only question the umpire might have in his head.
Unlucky. That was a good delivery, and they've taken 2 runs off it. Let's quickly check that replay. Yes, I think it was pitching out just outside leg, or maybe on that line on the umpire's call.
Yeah, I think this is such a decision that even if you don't give, it's okay. Even if you give, it's
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
That's what umpires call. We call it. I think shouldn't be disappointed there.
And these are tough calls as an umpire to be standing there and giving such calls. I think it is a challenge.
I think the umpire slightly has that margin of error there, or probably that breathing space when it is a 50-50 call, which can go in the favor of the batter or the bowler. Umpire's in that safe zone. You give it out, it's fine. You don't give it out, it's still okay.
And it's such a thankless job. If you give it out, you have done what is expected, so no credit for that. But if one decision goes wrong, that sticks and that stays with you forever. Swing and a miss, and missed by the keeper as well. They'll take another single in the form of byes. Now I heard Simon Toffel say, and I'm just quoting him here, that to have a good game of cricket, you need to have 3 teams who do well on that day. It's the batting team, the bowling team, and the team of the umpires. So they have to have a good day as well if you want to have a good day of cricket.
Well,
That's so true.
I mean, if you deep dive into it and try to understand what it means, definitely has a lot of value there, and it makes sense. For the game to be fair, again a heave down towards the onside. Punya Mehra, he cut it down, a single taken here. 198 for 8. After this, they have 14 more deliveries to go. How much will they be able to get here? That's the question. If they reach to that 225 mark, nothing like it. For that, you need a couple of good hits coming through to get to that mark. We're talking about 27 odd runs and 14 deliveries, score at a run rate of about 12 from here.
Yes, Ansh hasn't taken off the way one would expect him to start hitting and getting those boundaries more frequently. So he got his 100 on the 120th ball, and since then he's played 9 deliveries and got only 8 runs.
Well, I think it's purely a state when he's got tired, and this is played backward of point. There is protection in the deep field. The captain knows for the fact that Mujahid Amin really likes to play on the offside, backward of point. That's the area that he tries to exploit, and usually you do not find fielders there behind the point fielder. All you need to do is just get some bat onto the ball, slash it really hard, and for that you really need pace from the bowler. Stepping down, playing it on the offside, that will be single, and that will bring up 200 for Pacific Group. 200 for 8, and a decent job here coming through. 2 more overs to go here, and we'll wait and watch how much they will be able to get here in the final 2. So those are the leading scorers here of the tournament. Mozam Hayat leading the chart, 256 in 3 games. Usman Khan, 239 in 3 games. Yasir Kaleem, 225 in 3. Abhay Jordan, 223 in 3. Could not get to that flyer. He could have actually easily gotten past Mozam Hayat today. Not to be so.
Yes, what is good to see is that the top 3-4 are very close to each other in that race, and we are going to see them in action in the next few days. So that is definitely going to change a lot, that order, and that is good for cricket.
Well, I would have really wanted Abhay Jordan to have stick around and play that big knock today as well, get really past Mozam Hayat by a margin of 50-60 odd runs. Meanwhile, played up in the air, chance for the fielder, comes in and drops short.
Well, I think what Ansh Tandon is doing here is that he's trying to go and hit those 6s And what he should in fact do is try to look for fours instead of sixes. So try and hit it flat and try to hit fours. That's when you can actually get the distance, and then, you know, you might time it well and get some more runs. But if you try directly looking for sixes, you will always end up hitting it nowhere.
Well, now that's the downside of having a part-time wicketkeeper, not playing Tanish Suri, not playing Shaurya. In fact, Shrey Sethi has been that those two regular keepers. Ahan Fernandez has been given that responsibility.
And Ahan will also have a big role to play with the bat. So after keeping for 50 overs, I'm not sure how fit he would be or how focused he would be going into the run chase.
Getting the toe end of the bat, Ansh Tandon moves on to 112. And those boundaries that were required are not coming through here for Pacific Group. Probably give Mujahid Amin strike. I mean, I was surprised to see Mujahid Amin coming ahead of Akif Raja. Akif Raja has those big shots coming through. Was really surprised to see he not coming ahead of Mujahid.
A tactical error. Swing and a miss. And why would you have two left-handers out there? It's better to have another right-handed batter.
Well, Akif is left-handed too, but the only reason why I was emphasizing on that part is Akif has shown us glimpses that he has those big shots. Not very consistent, but he has the power to hit those. And that's what you need at this stage.
Mujahid can hit as well. We've seen quite a few hits coming from the bat of Mujahid. Also, not very frequent. There you go. Sliced it over point towards the deep third. Will only get a single.
And Mujahid will keep strike. 49 gone, 1 to go in this final over of the innings here. 2-0-4 for 8 Pacific Group.
Big appeal and given. And that is the end of the innings for Mujahid. Another wicket falls for Pacific Group just at the right time for DCC Starlets. Shailesh Jayashankar gets his first. And that was another good delivery. Slower and fuller right in front. Hitting on the foot. And an easy decision for Shami maybe.
Well, that was pretty straightforward there. You don't have to think much about that before giving that decision. End of Mujahid Amin making his way back. 2-0-4 for 9.
204 for 9. 49.1 overs. 5 more deliveries to go. And it's the last man, Akif Raja. Plays it towards the extra cover. We'll get a single and that will bring Ansh Tandon on strike.
Well, regain all your strength, Ansh. Deposit a couple in the stands.
Listen, like I said, I think he should go for the boundaries more than the sixes. Just try and hit it flatter and he might just get the distance right. There was quite a few times he's tried to hit that in the air and they've just landed outside the 30-yard circle. So just needs to hit flatter.
Lot better. Playing it straight down the ground. Should look for 2. There is a chance at the bowler's end, but the throw is pretty wide.
Yes, at least 2 runs. And was not able to get underneath the ball using his feet. Got close to the ball.
Well, 6 in the next 3 is fine. And 213 settle down for that. It's okay. Let's not focus to be, to be more ambitious from here on, because not able to get enough connection onto the bat. We're spending around 3.5 hours, 3 hours almost.
Good delivery, very good delivery, almost a Yorker and a slower Yorker at that. I think no point running from here on. Ansh Tandon will want to try and get those boundaries in the remaining 2. Face the 2 deliveries and try to get as many as he can.
Well, if you don't have strength, you use your brains and probably, open the face of the bat, glide it over the head of the point, play those paddle. I would not go for a paddle because there is a fine leg in place already. You probably make room for yourself and slash it over the backward point fielder. Comes down the track, up in the air, chance for Punya, and finally, we see a catch being taken of Ansh Tandon.
Yes, it's better late than never. And finally they take that catch and hold on to it. It was again a catch that was dipping in front of Punya, and he did well because that was not the right position to be getting that catch. It was low, but he's managed to hold on to it.
Well, the way he approached the catch, I wouldn't have been surprised if that would have gone down as well. Well, not to be so, yeah, 207 for 9. In fact, 207 all out. After their, in fact, just 1 ball short of the 50 overs mark there in 49.5. 15 extras there from DCC STARLETS. I think they've done a fair decent job in terms of the extras and the control that they have on the ball. But that's what the batting card says here. Jiju out for a duck. Hamdan scored 5 of 20. Abhay Jotin wasn't impressive today, 12 of 18. Ansh Tandon, that fantastic rescue knock coming in, 114 of 137. Aman showed some positivity by building that partnership with Ansh, 21 of 31. But from there, very disappointing from the experienced campaigners, Zishan Abid, Sanaul Haq, out for 1 each. Rizwan KS gave an able company there, 13 of 16. Then came Irfan, that partnership that turned it around for Pacific Group. 20 of 42 for Irfan. Mujahid Amin played 13 for his 4, and Akif remained unbeaten on 1.
Let's look at the bowling for Dubai Starlets, DCC Starlets, and overall it was a good all-round performance. Nilansh, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 14 runs and a wicket. He was unplayable right at the top. Yug bowled well, 6 overs, 29. Surprising that he didn't complete his full quota of 10 overs. Sailesh bowling 6.5, 2 wickets for him as well. Surya went wicketless and was expensive at the same time, 6.71 economy. Punya bowling his 10, getting a wicket. And Aditya Shetty, the pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 33 runs and 4 wickets. 15 extras and they reached to 207.
Well, definitely Aditya Shetty was a pick of the bowlers there. This is how the innings panned out. That was that catch, an important catch. Put a price on that. You can put all your money on that wicket of Abhay Jotin. Yuk picked up a couple of them, and from there on, Ansh came onto the crease, built that partnership with Aman Arshad. Couple of big sixes off the bat of Ansh Tandon before he went to his 50 mark. Glorious looking drives, and that was it. When Aditya Shetty came onto ball, they were absolutely clueless as to what they need to be doing.
Yes, as Ishan Abid falling there, they couldn't read him off his hand, and some really poor shot selection allowed Aditya Shetty to get 4 wickets, and he's bowled exceptionally well tonight. Ansh Tandon held that one end up, kept scoring runs, and also gave away a few catches that were not taken. Had that been taken, they would have managed a lesser score. Pacific Group, quite a few opportunities, but this was a good ball again from Aditya Shetty. A big gap between bat and pad. Another catch from Ansh Tandon, this time dropped as well. And quite a few catches on the onside from Ansh. Some good shots in the end, some contributions, vital, but not enough, I would say. I still feel that they are at least 30 runs below par. That was a wicket again for Sailesh Jaishankar.
Well, definitely, that was that final catch coming in towards the end. Had that been taken earlier, I mean, they would have restricted them to around 150 run mark. Now, this is what they have to chase here, 208 in their allotted 50 overs. If you look at it from here, it is fine, it is gettable, it's easy. But the way they have bounced back here, momentum has been switched onto the side of Pacific Group. It's just about how they come out and deliver with the ball. And in order to know that, we'll take a quick short dinner break and we'll be back with the live action from Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Welcome back after the break. This is what happened. Pacific Group winning the toss, batting first, got off to a terrible start. But Ansh Tandon played the innings which really mattered a lot in this particular batting performance. 114 of 137 deliveries. And that allowed Pacific Group to go past the 200 run mark. The bowlers of DCC Starlets did pretty well, especially Aditya, 4 for 33 in his 10. You cannot discount the performance of Nilansh, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 14. 2 wickets apiece for Yug at the top and Sailesh towards the end. And Punya picking up 1 wicket as well. The run chase is about to begin. 208 runs needed by DCC Starlets in their 50 overs. Required rate of 4.16 on this wicket should not be too problematic. But the big question is, can they do away with the ghosts of the last game that they played and shirk that off? The fact that they were bundled out for 50. Jiju will definitely be seen with the new ball as we see the opening combo of DCC Starlets coming in as well. Ahan, the wicket keeper, he'll be taking strike. I just get a feeling that the first 10 overs will tell us a lot about how this innings is going to pan out. Akif will take the new ball. And to start proceedings with me is going to be Shoaib. Welcome back, Shoaib. Ahan Fernandez hasn't got runs, just the 4 of them. He will want to make amends and give DCC a good start.
Thank you, Nishan. Good evening, everyone. Yes, 208 on the board. That is what they need to chase and win this game and also go into the finals. But what they'll need is some positive intent, some good approach in the first 10 overs. It's going to be Akif Raja who will be starting the proceedings.
Akif to bowl to Ahan to start with here. Starts off with a very good delivery there. Straight in a touch after pitching. Ahan was caught by surprise slightly.
Akif Raja debuted for the UAE last year. Around the same time, I was fortunate to be a part of the Combs team then. And missed out on the plane to UAE this time around. Beautifully played in the gap. Chase for the fielder. Won't be able to get there in time. So first boundary of the bat of Ahan Fernandez. He's the Ansh Tandon of Pacific Group. Very stylish, very talented, and tonight could be his night as well. Beautifully played that one. First boundary of the innings.
Yes, gorgeous looking shot there from Ahan. 4 of 2 deliveries is what he's batting on, off the mark in good style. Excellent delivery again from Akif. The previous one was just a little outside the off stump and was punched away brilliantly. And this one again just straightens a touch after pitching. We'll be very interested to see how much dew comes into play.
Fumble there by the fielder, but no damage done. That is going to be a dot ball.
Yes, two spinners for Pacific Group. Mujahid Amin and Rizwan KS. Both left arm wrist spinners. Left arm finger spinners. No leg spinners in that setup for Pacific Group. So the due will be important. Nicely played on the back foot. One more ball to go in the over. I would like to see Akif trying some short deliveries and surprising Ahan Fernandez, because as of now he's looking very comfortable defending the deliveries that are bowled fuller.
Yes, and every ball is met with the middle of the bat. And he lets this one go. Bit of movement there for Akif. End of the first over, it's 4 without loss.
So Irfan, right arm over the wicket. Starts off with a good delivery, very good delivery, good length. And equally well played by Ronak Panoli. Ball shaping in. As you can see, signaling his partner out there.
Interesting, Jiju has not taken the new ball here. Backs away and hammers it through the offside. Boundary for Ronak to start with as well.
That was just a tad bit fuller from Irfan, and Ronak Panoli very quickly realizing the length is in his strong zone and just places it, smashes it into the extra cover region for 4. He's definitely looking a lot more focused. Ronak wants to score some runs, get back in the reckoning. I met him a few days back and he said that he was not actively playing cricket in the last 2-3 months, but now will be back in the groove and some runs will definitely help him.
Very well bowled, little bit of shape there for Irfan. And just because of the kind of movement that is there on offer, I would have really liked to see Jiju take the new ball, because he does have a good shape.
Yes, he does. He likes to swing the ball in the air. He's got some movement. But Jiju here backing his bowlers. giving them the opportunity to bowl with the new ball. Short ball wanted to pull, just staying a tad bit low. So good comeback after being hit for a 4, 2 consecutive dot balls.
Yes, Irfan would want to just keep it tidy. Again, punching it off the back foot, but straight to the fielder there. Ronak batting on 4 of 5. Ahan got off the mark as well with a boundary. Last ball of Irfan's first over.
Swing and a miss. Again missing the stump. So dot ball to end the over. 2 overs have been bowled. DCC are 8 for no loss.
Down the leg side, tickled away fine. There is a fielder in the deep. Just a single. So this is the first time that the right-hander will be facing Akif now. Akif was getting the ball to straighten after pitching when he was bowling to Ahan. So that will be going away from Ronak.
A slip in place. 2 fielders outside, a third man and a fine leg. Played away a bit too early, Ronak. Just guiding it towards point.
Goes over the top and gets it through the gap for 4. That was a lovely shot. He hit it in the air, but he knew he was hitting it in the gap as well.
Yes, Apishly played, and we know that this is his strong zone. Anything close to him, he likes to play it straight down the ground or towards extra cover. Akif just bowling it in the slot, and Ronak using the pace and just hammering it towards long off for 4. So he moves on to 8 of 8. A boundary every over.
on the pads this time. That has been nicely clipped away. They will pick up a single. Maybe, yes. Just trying to tick around right now. And DCC, they should realize that if they do not allow early wickets to Pacific Group, they'll be forced to do something out of the ordinary. That'll be their chance. Well played. He was in a position where he could have easily been squared up, but dealt with that delivery pretty well.
Because they're getting runs, so they don't need to do something out of the box. Nothing extraordinary is needed at the moment. If they can just play on the merit the way they are, pounce on the loose deliveries and respect the good ones, they'll be home within no time. But how long can they continue to do that is the question.
Push back to mid-on. 3 overs bowled, 14 for no loss. Ronak batting on 9 of 9, will be on strike to Irfan, and he looks to go for a big slash. Misses it. Wicketkeeper misses it as well. They'll come back for 2.
Yes, and bye is signaled by the umpire, so no bat involved. Looked like there was an edge, but the ball definitely did not get any contact with the bat. Some late movement in the air after the ball crossed the batter, and hence it was difficult for the keeper. I think it's Zishan Abid to hold on to that. Still in a slip in place for Ronak Panoli. Oh, he's played that high up in the air. Long on fielder coming underneath it, but won't reach there in time. Sanaul Haq, the fielder, but that was a lucky escape. That could have gone anywhere.
Yes, looks like Ronak is here to throw the kitchen sink at everything. He's been given the responsibility to give DCC Starlets a positive start, if not a flying start. He's trying his best, 11 of 11 right now, batting at a runner ball. Late push towards the fielder at point there. It will be interesting to see when Mujahid comes on to bowl. We've still not seen the towels being used a lot, which might just mean that the dew is yet to come into play. Short ball, he looks to cut it, under-edges it to the wicket keeper, jamming it onto the ground there. Another dot ball.
Yes, he's bowled well, Irfan. He's got some pace and some bounce as well. Very nice, smooth action. Third man and a fine leg in place.
Back of a length again, slapped away, straight to the fielder.
Last ball of the over. 18 is the current score. They haven't taken a wicket here, Pacific Group, and that is something that they would want to change. Oh, goes for a big hit straight down towards the long on. One bounce very close to the ropes and a 4 to end the over. Good looking shot from Ronak Panoli. In control, the placement was right and just falling short of the ropes. So 4 to end the over. 4 overs have been bowled, 22 for no loss.
So another over for Akif here. And batting on 5 of 10. He doesn't have to do anything silly, considering the fact that Ronak is doing run scoring. That's off the outside half, straight to third man, single taken.
Yes, they've got a positive start. Quite a few boundaries already from Ronak and Ahan. They don't have a lot of runs on the board, Pacific Group. They'll need wickets. But this has been some controlled aggression from both these batters. They want to utilize the power play overs and also not lose wickets at the same time. Oh, that was very close to the leg stump. Very, very close. Living dangerously, Ronak. Not every ball is there to be hit. That was a wild swing. Luckily, the ball missing the stumps.
That was so very close. Lucky, very disappointed on missing out on hitting the stumps. And he goes down the ground. Not the proper connection, but doesn't matter. That's a boundary.
Yes, again, just going with his instincts and playing it straight down the ground. All he had to do was clear the infield, and he does that easily. Ronak Panoli moves on to 19 of just 17 deliveries, and he's trying to take the game away from Pacific Group in the first 10 overs.
Very cheekily done. And just over the head of the slip fielder there. He was swaying away, trying to evade the ball, but just tapped it away.
Yeah, he was expecting that, isn't it? A fast bowler being hit straight down the ground. He's a smart cricketer, Ronak Panoli. He was expecting that short ball, waited for it, and then just guided it over the slip fielder. So as of now, it is Ronak 2, Akif 0. Typical fast bowler's response.
You do the same thing, Shoaib?
Well, I'm not that quick, so I don't bowl those many bouncers. They go for a quick single. I might just use a beamer.
Now, that will invoke a spirit of cricket discussion. 5 overs bowled, 32 without loss.
Five overs, 32 for no loss. Another oh, that's bowled. That has cleaned him up nicely. Just the right length from Irfan. And Ronak Panoli was in no position to play that shot.
Yeah, he just went through with it. And hitting the top of middle, dislodging both the bails. Good sight for the bowler. Not a very pretty sight for the man walking back into the pavilion. But I'm pretty sure that DCC probably wouldn't mind it because of the kind of start that he has given them. 24 of 20 is what he gets. 32 for the loss of 1 wicket. So the man in form, Punya, comes into the middle now. And straight away, he gets beaten. All ends up by that incoming delivery from Irfan. Oh, what a delivery that was.
A good delivery, just a bit late on that shot, Punya. And that is understandable. He's just come out and he's facing his first delivery. Not sure about the pitch, how it's faring. Will need some time, and he has all the time in the world to play the way he wants to, just not get out and score runs, those 208 runs, and take DCC into the finals of the Plate Championship for the 47th Bukhatir League.
Watchfully defended this time by Punya. Punya, of course, has got 170 runs. More than 170 runs in this particular tournament so far. .173. Got 100 against Pacific. In fact, yes, against Pacific Group, he got 100. The same side.
It was the first game of the league, the opener, and Punya had got 100 in that match. Can he repeat that performance tonight?
Got a 60 against Ajman Heroes. Didn't get runs against Sri Lions. Walks down the track, looks to whip it away. Big appeal, gone! Out for a duck here. We're talking about his numbers being so impressive in this tournament. And I think that was a dead duck.
Yes, was hit right in front. He knew it. Punya Mehra has gone for a duck. Another wicket falls. 32 for 2 now.
Amar Vadami walks into the middle. The captain got a 50. Then one of the earlier games, 94 runs. Missed out in the last match, playing a chip shot. Getting out caught at mid-dawn. And clean him up! He's bowled him neck and crop here. Irfan is bowling an inspiring spell of fast bowling.
That one was right on top of the middle stump and was beaten all ends up. Amar Badami, the skipper, he'll have to walk back, and suddenly from a very good position, Dubai Starlets are looking in a spot of bother. The skipper is slowly walking back. Amar, he can't believe his luck. He's got a peach of a delivery as the first. Clean bowled by Irfan. 32 for 3.
Irfan on a hat-trick. Nilansh is the new man in. 2 slips, a gully for him. And he almost edges that one. Not the best of hat-trick deliveries, but it's been a fantastic over. A triple wicket maiden for Irfan. 6 overs bowled, 32 for 3. Well, that's the match we were talking about, the first game between these two, DCC Starlets and Pacific Group. Punya got that 100, managed to get to 292 for the loss of 8 wickets. DCC Starlets, in response, Pacific Group were bowled out for 121. And guess who was the pick of the bowlers? It was Punya again.
Driven but straight to the fielder. Now Ahan will have to bat really well and will have to make sure they don't lose any more wickets. Akif will have to target the stumps. That's what Jiju is discussing with him. To make him play every delivery, a slip and a gully in place. And there's also a deep third. Edged but doesn't carry to the gully fielder. This is a good angle that Akif is bowling from. He's creating that angle and making sure he gets those edges and keeps the slip fielders interested.
So Han 6 of 13. And that's the edge. But it doesn't really carry because, of course, Ahan has realized the angle and is bowling, is playing with soft hands.
Now this is the time when Akif should try and bowl one on the middle stump. Because now Ahan is expecting the ball to come outside off. If he can get one in, there could be a chance for a wicket.
He bowls it on the stumps, not quite coming in because that pitched comfortably outside the leg stump there. He'll have to bowl that delivery which straightens after pitching.
So now after those 3 wickets in the same over from Irfan, suddenly it looks like DCC are on the back foot. And that is what it takes, just one good over to change the tide of the game, to change the momentum of the game in your favor. And this is not the first time we are seeing it. Multiple times in this tournament itself, we have seen teams turning the tide and changing their position in the game in a matter of few deliveries.
That's a good leave. Slanting across, another dot ball. No runs scored of the last 11 deliveries now.
Yes, that's the last thing on their mind. Dot balls are not an issue. They'll just have to make sure they build a partnership. A dot ball to end the over. 7 overs have been bowled. DCC Starlets are 32 for 3.
outside the awesome this time, that has been left alone. And it's time to welcome Asim back in the comm box. Prodigious movement for Irfan.
Well, definitely here. What an excellent spell here from Irfan. 3-wicket over. Couldn't ask for more, getting rid of Ronak Panoli, Punya Mehra, Ammar Badami. All three top-rated batters of the team sent back to the pavilion. Nicely played there. Now what's important here is Irfan should challenge the batter out here. Try to force them to play with the bat. That means he needs to be very closer to the line of the stumps. And that is where that inward movement that he had for the right-handers, that is moving away from the left-handers, will come in play and will make sure that the slip and the gully fielder comes in action.
Yes, that's what he's been trying to do. Banged in shot this time. Dabbed away. Will pick up a single.
Now from the other end, Akif needs to be really effective there. That is to attack the stumps and swing the ball into the left-handers and get a wicket out here. Because they are right on top of the game at the moment here. 33 for 3. Couldn't have asked for more. Even though they got off to a flyer there in the form of Ronak Panoli taking the aggressors mode. And here Jiju will have to apply pressure. Pick up another wicket or two.
Just past the outside edge.
Now his ball is not carrying to the wicketkeeper, if you notice. This one did, but on the previous occasion it's just not carrying to the wicketkeeper. Now he needs to make this adjustment there. Hamdan Tahir behind the stumps. These are adjustments which the captain would definitely talk to you about. You have to adjust it according to the bounce on the surface and according to the bowler. How hard he's hitting the track, how good it is carrying. Another catching position there. Second slip. First slip, second slip. And there is a gully.
On the pads this time, he's just managed to get some bat on it. Fine leg will cut it off.
There's the ball to go in this over here. Can he get them another one? Definitely needs a wicket here. Jiju. Just be on that driver's seat. They have options available in the form of Mujahid Amin and Rizwan KS. But again, as we talk about match game, ball not spinning so much here on this track. It will be important that the fast bowlers leave that impact. Irfan has already left it. It is time for Akif to show some raw pace and get a breakthrough.
Off the outside half, straight to the fielder. Dot ball. 8 overs ball is 34 for 3.
through the gate, and that's what you were talking about. Akif Raja finally gets a breakthrough here for his team. Being the lead fast bowler, he gets through that gap. Akif Raja, you beauty. A perfect sight for a fast bowler, disturbing the timber. And Ahan Fernandez, he is disappointed, giving that gap between bat and pad, and that was enough for Akif to sneak through. He's making his way back. 21 deliveries for his 7. DCC Starlets 34 for 4. Look at that. Excellent delivery. I think he should have just played it. Tried to play that drive, and that was enough for it to create the gap between the bat and pad. Akif Raja striking from the other end. Now that brings Surya Satish. In fact, it's Shaurya, beg your pardon. Shaurya Singh. Two innings, 2 runs. This is the second inning, sorry. He would want to make that impact. Akif Raja will be steaming in. He will not be an easy bowler to deal with. He's pumped. He's charged up. This one slightly moving in. Nicely driven. What a way to get off the mark. Shaurya Singh, take a bow. Pure placement, pure timing there. Strong push down the ground. Hold that position. Hold that pose. Good looking shot from Shaurya.
Lovely shot to get off the mark, and in a good style. He had gotten just 2 runs prior to this. He's got 4 now. I was just about to ask you in the previous over, with the ball doing a little bit here. Wide signaled. Won't it be a good idea for Jiju himself to bowl?
Well, I think they're doing a fantastic job here. Akif building that pressure from one end. And similar sort of response coming in that was expected out of Irfan. He comes in, knocks in 3 in 1 over, pulls the game back in favor of Pacific Group. Akif comes in an over 2 later, brings that wicket that was needed, getting rid of that left-handed opener Ahan Fernandez. The gates are wide open here for Pacific to get through.
Very well bowled, pretty much on target that. Shaurya picks up a quick single.
Pretty unnatural movement here for our Akif Raja. He has the ball moving away from the right-handers. We've always seen that. Now he's getting to seam in to the right-hander. Now we'll have to wait and see how does Nilansh play him out. Does he play for the one that goes away, or will he wait for the one that comes in? Because Ahan Fernandez got the one that came in. It was a minor movement, but it was enough.
Shoaib and me, we were talking about that. That he's been angling the ball away. Why not try and bowl a delivery that straightens after pitching?
Well, he went for that to play the one that goes with the angle. That was enough. And you got to be smart enough when to bowl those deliveries. Good delivery, and nicely played as well by Nilansh.
So Nilansh doing the bowled a very tidy line. Now he has to bat tidily as well. final delivery of the over. Well bowled. He doesn't collect it off his own bowling, but doesn't matter. It's 40 for 4. Irfan into his 5th, shuffling across.
Well, did that flick the pad? If it did, why wasn't there an appeal?
I don't get it. Certainly no signal from the umpire. Look at where it hits him. Oh, that was close.
Well, that would have hit the leg stump. I am really surprised why there wasn't any appeal there. Unless it's wide, which it wasn't. It definitely flicked the pads. 2 stumps visible. Why would you not appeal?
I don't get it at all. Why didn't they go for an appeal there? Excellent delivery.
Maybe height, maybe anything for that matter. Umpire wouldn't have given that out. But your job is to appeal. It was close.
The worst thing that would have happened is umpire would have said no.
Anyways, it was a no. Well, for the matter of fact is that umpire knew that it has hit the pads. Why would he give out if they are not appealing for it?
Yes, that's one form of dismissal that you will never get in your favor without an appeal. Inside edge onto the pads. The wicket keeper is up in appeal. He didn't see the inside edge.
Well, if there was a wicket keeper that knew a thing or two about how and when to appeal, it was none other than MS Dhoni. Well, I used to be taken aback with his abilities to judge those close LBW calls wherein the bat is actually very close to the ball. How would he side those balls? Something that used to mesmerize me.
And if Dhoni looks confident, then it's out. Again down the leg side. This time it will be a wide. Good take there by the wicketkeeper.
If Shaurya takes this game away from Pacific Group and they go back and check that particular that delivery on which they did not appeal, they would definitely regret.
Walks down the track, looks to go for the drive there. Misses it. That is another dot ball.
Beautiful delivery. He's on a roll here. Irfan batted well. And if if he picks up a fifer, it will be a very difficult question to answer who's going to be the player of the match.
Tough call indeed.
Very tough call. Someone who has stood there, scored 100 to get to that 200 mark. Now it purely depends on what is the difference and the margin of victory. If the margin is in excess of 100, then I feel bowler should get it. Again, a very tough call to make for the referee, match referee.
I feel that they got into a position where Irfan's spell would matter only because of that 100. So somehow, I'm usually a person who favors giving it to the bowler, but somehow in this context, I think you'll have to consider that as well, that 100 was so crucial in getting them past the 200 run mark. Okay, now the tiles seem to be coming in. Shortish delivery has gone for the hook, hasn't timed it.
Good that he did not time it well, else there was a long leg in place. 10 overs gone, DCC after the end of the power play, 42 for 4. Here comes Akif. And that's nicely dabbed around towards the third for a single.
Delivering Nilanj on strike. So Akif into his 6th over.
So Nishant, wicket changed. Spinners completely taken out of equation. Fast bowlers come into act. We saw that in the game against Future Mattress, where TVSL were like amazing in terms of their fast bowling, the power play overs. Jawad Ghani, Shehbaz picking up early wickets in the power play, and now today as well.
Heartening to see the fast bowlers getting some help from the conditions. And even if the conditions are helpful, Asim, you still have to do your job. You need to have a good seam position. You need to be able to use the ball well to get that movement in the air and off the deck.
Absolutely, and if the air is slightly on the heavier side, you definitely do not get that sort of a movement that we're talking about. We had the discussion earlier that if the air is heavy, the fast bowlers really find it difficult to move the ball. And that's why the conditions are so very important, that you understand the science behind it. Good delivery, taking the outer part of the bat, and there is a banter going on with the batter and the bowler. Nilanj Keswani is not among those who will actually come out and give that stare. He's a cool customer. Just likes to play his game. Be it batting, be it bowling, he just wants to be within him.
Yes, and fast bowler bowling with his tail up will always want to have a little bit of a chat. Especially when he knows that the opponents are on the back foot. That was so close to the outside edge there.
Looks like he's just getting on his nerve. Akif Raja. I mean, this is a way of, pushing the batter. Getting on his nerves. Forcing him to make an error. Forcing him to play a shot which he usually is not playing. And get him trapped. That also is what cricket offers you. Those banters, those sledging moments. Pushing the batter in that extra, bringing him that extra pressure.
Pushed away straight to the fielder at cover there. There is another dot ball. So they've just managed to ensure the first 5 overs, Asim, 32 without loss. The next 6 overs, 11 for 4.
Well, again, if you lose your focus, that's what happens. That's why we say you just don't get carried away, because you never know what the other batters who are going to follow you will face. 2 men in form, Punya Mehra, Amar Badami getting a peach of a delivery from Irfan.
Nicely punched away there. He will get a couple of runs for sure. And that is all he will get. So that is the end of the 11th over. It's 45 for 4. So Aman into the attack now. Starts off with the delivery on the pads that has been clipped away. Will pick up a single. Shaurya is just trying his best to keep up with the good work. Just ensure that a partnership is built properly. Good leave outside the off stump. Slightly back of a length there from Aman.
So no more Irfan for us. Irfan is done. Change of attack here from the Bukhatir end. Aman Arshad. Now very surprised to see Jiju not bowling with the new ball. At least in the first change. Might see him in from the SE end.
Again, going through with the angle.
It's very important that Jiju speaks to his bowlers to keep as close as possible to the stumps, because that's the only way they can get wickets. And they would want to pick up wickets and not let any partnership go beyond 15 or 20 runs at max?
Yes, because that required rate, if you look at it, is just 4.2 right now. That is nowhere near trouble.
Well, the run rate will never be in question. That's wide outside the off stump, left alone. Some extra runs here. Bending his back too hard.
Brilliantly bowled. Just outside the off stump. Looking to drive and getting beaten. That's the risk. Appeal for a caught behind. The wicket keeper was very convinced. Umpire is not.
Well, there was a gap between the bat and ball there. It was close, but there seemed to be a gap. Only the wicketkeeper was interested, not even the slip fielder. Ansh Tandon did not have any reaction. Was wondering why Hamdan is actually appealing.
Pushed into the offside. And that will be the end of the over. 12 overs bowled, 47 for 4.
And it is the left arm spinner Mujahid Amin. Comes in from the SCA end. No turn whatsoever, but I think he knows the trick how you need to bowl if the dew is there. This ball a lot slower through the air. Push the batsman to take that risk.
And he has hit it over the bowler's head. Nicely done.
Good effort in the deep by Sana. Sana ul Haq putting in that dive. Not good enough. Excellent execution there by Shaurya Singh.
So Mujahid comes into bowl. So there is still no sign of Jiju. Is he carrying a nickel or something? 50 up with that boundary from Shaurya. And for DCC, they like to break this target down into blocks.
Nicely played. Just not getting carried away with that loop. Thirteenth over in progress, so they are building this partnership here. That's worth 17 now. Strong defense from Shaurya. Coming into the pitch of the ball. Textbook cricket at its best here.
Nilansh at the other end is also trying to do as much of it as possible. That's nicely swept. And there is no fielder there, so that will be a boundary, the second one of the over.
Good shot, picking the right spot there. 2 boundaries in the over. A bad delivery from Mujahid. No fielder in place. And not the ideal line to stick to. 13 overs gone, 55 for 4. As we'll take a short drinks break. Welcome back. We are here back in the second semi-finals where run chase is on. DCC chasing 208. They're 55 for 4 at the moment. Here comes Aman Arshad. Lets it go. These are the deliveries that are not going to trouble the batters. They're just trying to settle in, and this will only help.
Yes, anything that did not have to play at, I'm pretty sure they'll be happy doing that. Left alone outside the off stump there, that is going to be another dot ball.
Here comes someone again. Good delivery, very good one. Keeping it at that 5th wicket mark. Putting doubts in Nilan's mind whether we should go for it or not.
Three more deliveries to go in this over. Walks across and pushes it, and looks like it's a no ball as well.
Yes, it is going to be free hit on offer for Nilansh Keswani.
Yes, too far outside the off stump there. Nilansh, 3 of 21. Aman into his second over. Looks to go for the cut this time. Play and a miss. That is a dot ball.
How tough it is to digest. Not getting runs on a free hit delivery. Nilansh, 22 deliveries for his 3. Whereas Shaurya has faced 16 for his 16. They're slowly building this partnership. It's over 22 right now. Here comes Aman Arshad. Driven, but straight to the fielder.
.56 for 4. Final delivery of the 14th over coming up. Walks down slightly and pushes it. That is timed brilliantly, but a good half stop there by the fielder inside the circle. They'll pick up a couple of runs. 14 overs bowled, it's 58 for 4.
And finally we see Jiju Janardhanan bring himself on. There's a change in the bowling here from the SCA end. And so there is a change here in the commentary box as well. Replacing Nishant, I have got with me my dear friend Shoaib Ahmed.
Thank you, Asim. Good evening, everyone. Good to be back in the comm box with the game still hanging in the balance, 58 for 4. And this looks like a very strong partnership, as if they've been playing for ages. But it's an important partnership in the context of the game. 24 runs this partnership is worth. And if DCC want to get to that total, they would want to continue these two batters as long as they can. 1 or 2 wickets from here and DCC will definitely fall in the pit and will be very difficult to come out of it.
Well, absolutely. It's a couple of wickets from here on. I think they will be back in the contest. Now they're trying to build that partnership here to come back into the game. Those 3 setbacks in that 1 over from Irfan, 3 in that over, and completely changing the balance of the game. Ronak Panoli, who started off aggressively, and then that one shot resulted in too many wickets.
Yes, when you give an opening, you're not only giving away your wicket, you're also sabotaging the entire situation of the game. So Ronak Panoli with that loose shot had given them the opening, and then you saw it's not easy for batters to come out and bat and start scoring runs from ball number 1. We all know that. So when you've got the start, make sure you make full use of it. I know it's easier said than done, but that is how we need to plan innings, especially in the longer format.
Absolutely, and you have to be really smart enough how to pull off that rescue. Yes, wickets are down, but it's not that it is an impossible target to achieve. It's just about applying yourself really nicely and taking that 5-over target at a time. Focus at 5 overs, 20 runs, and keep it simple.
Straight to short covers. No chance for any run. Just 1 run in this over from Jiju. 149 needed from 35 overs. Slower delivery, no run. End of the over. 15 overs. 59 for 4. Aman been asked to continue. Now they look a lot more settled, both these batters, Nilansh and Shaurya. Shaurya is looking good because he's on 18 of 18, and I think that is some really special batting under pressure.
Well, I think excellent work there by Double S. Shaurya Singh, 18 of 18. It takes a lot of character in order to come out in these pressure situations and pull your team out of that, especially when you're chasing. It's a different thing altogether when you are setting up a total, but when chasing, you know you can't make a mistake. You know, one mistake can cost you the game. Short delivery. Shayad the stumps directed would have been trouble. It was Shaurya's call, and look at that, it's a no ball as well. Now, it has been a consistent problem of Aman Short delivery straight to Rizwan KS. It was on his wrong side though.
No ball. That is where the focus needs to be. A free hit. And Shaurya is on strike. Where does he go? Where does he hit this next delivery? And what does Aman bowl? Does he go for the Yorker? Come on. Take a guess, Asim.
Well, I anticipate a slower one coming through.
Short ball. Wide, no. A legal delivery, says the umpire. One for the over. That's why you're not a bowler, Asim. You're a wicket keeper.
Well, I started off my career as a fast bowler.
And then you changed just at the right time.
Well, injuries force you to take different directions. And that's one thing that happened. And this is glided down. Nicely done. Knew there was a fielder in place, but played it very delicately.
Yes, that was a good shot. Deft touch. Just flicked it off the pads and gets 4 runs, in control of that shot. And those are 4 important runs, vital runs. Can't stress enough on the importance of these runs coming from the bat of Shaurya. That dugout looks a lot more relaxed now, but the pressure, the tension is still out there. They're not in a very comfortable place, but this has been a good effort from Shaurya so far.
I think very sensible approach to this, to the rescue that was expected out of these two. Look at their partnership here. It's worth 32 right now. 5 overs, 32 for no loss, and then suddenly 34 for 4.
Well, Asim, have you seen Aman before this? Because I think this is my first time I'm seeing him bowl.
Yes, I have seen him before in this Bukhatir League itself. But, I mean, a new guy into the circuit. He's a new recruit for Pacific Group. Has played a quality cricket back in Pakistan, but as a batter, it seems. And that has been a regular problem. The extras is something that Gigi will definitely want to address for the team as a whole, not just one particular bowler to be targeted, but it has been a consistent problem for Pacific Group, the extras.
Now, what do you do as a captain? Would you bowl somebody who's coming with a reputation new to domestic circuit, or would you bowl your best bowler to break the partnership?
Well, the question being, who is the best bowler?
Your most experienced bowler. You've got Mujahid Amin, you've got Rizwan KS.
Well, Shoaib, again, when we come back to this discussion, it's, you know, as I always back it up, that it is a subjective call that you got to take. Now, if you see Mujahid, who naturally turns the ball, when he came and bowled his first over, he was absolutely getting no turn whatsoever from the surface. Now, that takes the entire threat away of Mujahid Amin factor. That is completely gone, because you do not turn, you're not able to get the turn from the surface. Your effectiveness is going to be low. And then you have to rely on your fast bowlers. Look, there are 2 attack bowlers. They have given breakthrough to the team. Irfan picked up 3. Akif Raja picked up 1. There is a workload also that needs to be balanced out by the captain. He brought himself on from that end. He has the other quickie in the form of Aman Arshad. Now, he needs to take up responsibility to control these extras and give those freebies away. And especially no ball is something that can be worked upon. If you take your runner properly, that's, I think it's the least that is expected out of you. And if you're regular with that particular activity in the field of play, you would probably be more responsible towards the things that lead to those no balls, those overstepping. Come on the ground, take your markings. Nonetheless, we'll continue that chat. 16 gone, DCC 69 for 4. Rizwan KS will bowl at Nilansh and will bowl at Nilansh Keswani, the left-hander on strike.
Well, players answered. We were just discussing about why your prime bowlers are not bowling, and now Rizwan KS. I would have brought him much earlier. He would have been my first change, to be honest.
Got to be really smart enough to actually ask questions at the batters, because the ball not doing too much.
I completely agree to the fact that the ball is not turning and there is not a lot of turn, but Nilansh Keswani was not turning the ball when he was bowling in the first few overs, first spell, but he was still very dangerous.
Well, there was a question that was asked to one of those players, like, what would you do? It was an informal chat going on. What would you do if the ball is wet and you are a spinner and the ball is just not spinning enough because of the wet seam? He'd say, I'll offer a juicy full toss to the batsman, to which he will hit it out of the park. I have a new ball, a drier ball, and I'll do my magic with that. A very smart way to actually deal with the situation.
Yes, in fact, we witnessed that yesterday when SCA and 7 districts were playing. There was one 6 that was hit over the roof. Simranjeet Singh was hit for a 6, and then the ball was changed, and immediately you could see Simran getting some turn of the deck, and it was not easy to play Simranjeet Singh after that 6 was hit. So you're absolutely right. The ball does make it has a big role, the condition of the ball, the conditions on the ground, and that is why it's not an easy game, this sport called cricket.
Well, there is no thumb rule in cricket that you got to be doing this in order to pick up a wicket. You have to assess, react to situation, and force the batsman to make the error. That's where the entire game is, how you play around with the temperament of the batter. Excellent over here from Rizwan KS. 71 for 4 DCC. So it's going to be left arm spin from both the ends. Mujahid Amin has been brought into the attack here from the Bukhatir end. Let's see if he does any magic, any trouble whatsoever to the batters. Steps down and plays it to Irfan. No run there. Do you like this move there, Shoaib?
Yes, I am in agreement of this move. I would want my bowlers who I back to take wickets. Not that I don't back Aman or any other bowler, in fact, but I know for a fact what are their strengths and weaknesses, and I can work around them. I can place my field according to the bowlers that I have. Like we see now, the mid-on fielder is going back to the long on. So you can strategize, make plans when you know your bowlers and when you know what you can expect from them. So as a captain, I think this is a good plan.
I think come what may, regardless of what the situation or condition is, you got to be backing your main lead bowler of the side. Because if you're doubting that, there's no point playing.
Yes, and Mujahid is one of their key bowlers.
And moreover, when you have won the toss and elected to bat first, you already have taken that into consideration.
Correct. And they've done well, Pacific Group. They've managed to keep the pressure on. Yes, there is a partnership brewing, but that can change any time. 38 runs partnership between Nilansh and Shaurya. Now Nilansh will have to make a move on from here. He cannot just stay there forever. 37 deliveries for his 7. Yes, it is important that he doesn't lose wickets, but it's also important that he takes those singles. Uses his feet, plays it straight down, fielder there. No chance, gets those 6 runs as we were talking about. Beautiful hit. Everything right about that shot. Got to the pitch of the ball and played it over the bowler's head for 6.
Well, top shot there from Nilansh Keswani. Now taking full advantage of the fact that the ball is not spinning at all here. 2 overs, 15 for Mujahid. DCC in this rescue are at 78 for 4. Deft touch towards the third man, ball's racing away. And Irfan cuts it down. Batsman managed to pick up 2. 80 for 4 after 18.1. This is plate semi-final that we are witnessing between Pacific Group and DCC Starlets. Nicely played. Misfield will result in a single. Now, Shoaib, there is one team that did not win a single game in the league stage, qualified to the finals of the plate stage, which is 7 districts. And we have today Pacific Group, who hasn't won a single game. They were right on top of things few overs back, but nicely pulled in by Nilansh Keswani and Shaurya Singh. Partnerships worth 47 runs. Now, will both the teams manage to play the finals, who has not won a single league game?
Well, that is how the format is. You can discuss as much as you want, but there is an opportunity for you to win the plate, even if you don't win the league games.
Well, then, Shoaib, if you remember our discussion happening earlier in the tournament, there was a hypothesis, a hypothetical scenario, that teams not winning a single league game can still go out and win the main cup finals. There can be two of such teams that can be a part of the top 8. Just that they do not have to win with lose with a very, very big margin.
Interesting. An interesting format this, because top 8 teams and 4 teams, the bottom 4 play for the plate, the top 8 play for the cup. We get the spoons. So yeah. But I think it is a positive step, at least for the teams, to contest, even if they are in the bottom 4. They have something to fight for, and there is pride involved in sport. You are playing to win, regardless of whether it's a plate or a cup. 19 overs have been bowled, 83 for 4.
Mujahid continuing here. Captain does not have any other options but to rely on his ace, Mujahid. And they'll have to pick a wicket before they reach that 3-figure mark, Shoaib. It's
Yes.
very, very important.
Right, and as you mentioned, there's not a lot of turn on the wicket. So now Mujahid's experience has to come to the fore. He'll have to mix things up, bowl a few quicker deliveries, bowl a few flighted deliveries, and that's where you can actually extract a wicket. Now he's got a good field in place, a long on, long off, and a deep mid wicket, and a sweeper cover sweeper as well. Oh, that's a good delivery. He's getting some turn, just a little bit.
And that little bit of turn is needed to find that edge. Extra turn will just help you beat the batsman and feel good about it. But if you want to find that edge, you need the minor edge. And there is a slip coming in place. There's a smart move.
Yes, he's putting more revs on the ball, and now he's slowing it up in the air, Mujahid.
Good delivery, attacking the stumps. Shaurya happy to take a single and throw it to his partner, Nilansh. Man, you take care of him.
Getting the right field, the long off fielder comes to mid off. A cover sweeper, backward square leg, mid wicket and long on. And a dot ball. Good over, good comeback from Mujahid. He's adapted well in the third over. 20 overs have been bowled, 84 for 4.
Slightly outside off, deciding to cut that Shaurya. It's a dot ball there. Good delivery. I think it has hit the bat, getting an inside edge. Let's look at that closely. Yes, inside edge onto the bat. Good decision by the umpire.
Oh, that is it. Goes for the sweep, a wicket and a breakthrough at just the right time for Rizwan KS. So he's been brought into the attack for a wicket and he delivers the goods for his side.
That is absolutely pathetic shot selection from Shaurya Singh, who batted beautifully. He was set out there, and how would you actually play that risky shot? He was premeditating that, and end of Rizwan KS. I beg your pardon, Shaurya Singh bowled Rizwan KS out for 30 of 39, and DCC lose their fifth.
Good ball, good over, everything right, going in the favor of Pacific Group right now.
Getting that breakthrough at the right time, just as we spoke about it before 100, get that fifth wicket on, and we have a match right in the balance again.
Yes, in fact, I would take the liberty to say that Pacific Group is ahead at the moment.
Well, a 60-40 affair at the moment. Even you can put it as 65-35. Because we are talking about the top order back in the pavilion. We're talking about the next half, which is less effective in terms of their batting abilities. Meanwhile, 21 gone, DCC 85 for 5.
So Mujahid Amin continues. Pulling a lot fuller, just needs to pull that length a little bit, and that's when you might invite Sailesh to drive, and the slip fielder will come into play. So immediately a silly point in place for the new man Sailesh Jaishankar. Nicely played. Will be a dot ball. So now slowly and steadily Pacific Group getting back into the game, getting the confidence, the favor, the momentum in their favor. And just the right field placement as well, attacking at the moment. That's much better. Well played by Sailesh. He's played that in the gap. They will settle for one. End of the over. 22 overs. DCC are 86 for 5. Rizwan KS, bowling from the SCA end, has got a wicket already in his 3 overs, and that was an important breakthrough that he got. Got the wicket of Shaurya. And now they'll have to rebuild again. Sailesh Jaishankar also knows how to bat, and looks like he looks in control of what he wants to do. We'll have to give company to Nilanj, who's on 14 of 42. Just keep taking those singles. That should be the key right now. Get those singles. Keep pushing forward. It is one making sure his field is right for the left-handed Nilanj Keswani. Wanted to play it towards the long off. In fact, the ball reaches backward point. Happy to just play away the dot balls and take it over by over. Cuts it in the gap. Good placement. Chase for the fielder. Will just cut it off. Does well on that occasion. Irfanullah Khan makes sure that he saves at least a run for his side. Very well done. Big appeal, yes says, and the finger has been raised. Another wicket, and this time again it's Rizwan KS who strikes. Sailesh Jaishankar cannot believe it. This one has been given, and he'll have to walk back. Gone for 3, 90 for 6 now. There you go again. Well, what do you think? Let me just quickly check with my co-commentator, Nishant, who's just joined us in the comm box.
Well, that looked like going down. We've managed to pick up a wicket here, though. don't think Pacific will complain at all. Comes down the track, Nilansh defends it on the onside. And that is a dot ball. Mujahid is into his 5th over here. Comes down the track, uppishly played. Will just get a couple of runs there. The fumble allowing the second.
Yes, good running between the wickets. Nilansh is still out there, and as long as he is there, he would think that he can get his team over the line. But things looking very dismal at the moment for DCC Starlets. Nice flighted delivery.
Another dot ball from Mujahid. Pushed away straight to the fielder at cover. Another drive straight to that fielder. That will be the end of the over. 24 bowled, it's 92 for 6. And Rizwan starts off with the arm ball. Arash playing it towards the fielder at mid-on.
Good delivery and good bowling so far from Rizwan. He's given away 12 runs in his 5th over, which is in progress, and just taken 2 wickets. 2 important wickets.
Very well bowled again. Pretty much on target. Not giving the batsman anything there. Right up there. Batsman almost scooping it back to the bowler. Excellent delivery. Oh, there's the arm ball. Very well bowled. Another single taken. Won't be a maiden over. 1 run coming off it. 25 overs bowled, 93 for 6. Tickled away on the onside. They want a quick single. Shy at the non-striker's end. Pick up a single.
Yes, Mujahid has bowled 5 overs. 5 more overs to go, including this one. Now they'll need to take some more wickets. They should try and attack more. Not on against Nilansh. Good running. They'll take the single. Now this is the time to get attacking, and we can immediately see close in fielders, a slip, a silly point, a short cover, a short mid wicket, and a mid on fielder coming inside the circle. And also the mid off fielder now coming in.
Check, mic check. Check.
Zarash had thought of just going inside out for a bit, changed his mind and just tapped it back to the bowler. The temptation will always be there, but Mujahid is a very smart operator.
Yes, he's bowling at the right length, not too close to the batter to get underneath the ball. If he wants to do it, he'll have to reach for it, and that's when you will get a chance. Hit straight at short covers, a misfield, but won't get any run.
We'll pick up a single, and that'll be the end of the over as well. 26 overs bowled, 96 for 6. Right then, looks like Asim is down there chatting up with someone there. Let's find out who he's got.
Well, I have the Honorary General Secretary of Dubai Cricket Council, Mr. Amin Farooq. Mr. Farooq, welcome. And, first of all, I'll keep the game aside for a second. I would really like to understand your role behind developing players in the Dubai Cricket Council. What has been your, role, your part in developing these young boys?
Okay. It's not my part alone. We've got a team. And the idea is to look at them early, study what they're doing, pick up the kids that have talent, and give them opportunity on the big stage. And today, even though we're not doing very well, I'll take it away from you. Said we won't talk about it. We're not doing very well, but there's a lot of learning to do. So yes, they're doing well, and they'll do better as they grow older and get more experience. They'll do better, and we'll win. We'll win a few tournaments in time to come.
Well, definitely looking forward to it. But there is one thing that I wanted to understand. What has been the vision of the DCC, the Dubai Cricket Council? Because knowing the fact that we have seen tournaments in the past where DCC teams have represented in the Emirates D10, D20, now in the Bukhatir League as well coming through in Sharjah Cricket Stadium. What has been that, the idea behind creating that combination? Because we haven't seen experienced players, senior players per se, to represent Dubai. So just wanted to understand what the vision is.
Okay. First of all, I think it's a young man's sport. Not seeing seniors, there are seniors in the team. For me personally, if you haven't represented state by the age of 30, if you're not in the system, that's my opinion. Okay. Then by the time you do something for a state, they get to the camp, you're 31, 32, it'll probably take a couple of years to get you ready. And then 34 or 35 before you represent the national team. Average age shouldn't be that high for the national team. So if we start them early, the youngest playing in this tournament is 14, and that the left arm bowler. The oldest that's played in this tournament is 21. He's traveled to UK to study, so that's one player. So the idea is to keep them. We've had a couple of older players play for Dubai State. We had Ramesh Shahzad play for us. We've had about 24 or 25 played for DCC. In the past, Shah Rukh Ahmed has played about 26, 27. I don't like to see a new face starting to play state above 30. I made an exception for Amis. We were sitting over here with one of your colleagues, I think it was Ramadan, and I was talking about that. I told Amis, if you score, play state, and he was scoring that day, and he scored in that tournament. So when there's an exception, we'll do it. The idea is to get maybe one person in the ground with the kids. Okay, if it's not an experienced player, then from that. If you've got 6 experienced players, if kids lose opportunities. So I want as many kids as there are, the experience and gain the opportunity for them to come forward and play. So if we can give 2 good players to UAE, I'll be happy. Arvind. Aditya. Now I think there are 3 or 4 who've represented the national team that have actually gone through our system, which is a great achievement on their part. We are to group kids. In my opinion, a chain. Academies don't do their job. Don't do their job. If the state team doesn't do their job, and how to look at the potential player, give them the opportunity, and then it's ECB to sort of polish the diamond. Great job. I criticize ECB when they do something wrong when I'm sitting with people, and I'll be the first one to praise them. Deformat cricket, thing that ECB could have done for grooming of youngsters. Now we can, instead of losing an 18-year-old, now parents will hold their 18-year-olds back, because that's a stepping stone to the allowing councils to live stream tournaments is another, because now these kids can go home and hopefully they can learn from the mistakes they did, rather than they got out on a non-live streaming event and we said, you played it wrong this way. He'll go home and he's got something to reflect to. So now they've got something to reflect on. And these 2 are the best, and I think the national team having so many youngsters in the squad now, that's another achievement. Still missing that young one kid that I'm missing, and that's irritating me. So there are about 4 or 5 kids that are between the ages of, I don't know, 17 and 21 or 22 that are in the national team right now, and that's amazing. And a lot of these young kids get called to the camp. They're bowling to the national team players. They're batting against the national team bowlers, and I can see the difference in some of them. I can also, we did drop quite a few catches today, bad day, but I can see the difference in their fielding as well. So that's helping. So we all need to do our job. If we do our job well, UAE cricket will prosper. Otherwise, then it won't.
Well, one more question. I mean, lovely insights coming through with your experience. But one more question that I had is the fact that, what would you like to give a message to the parents who are confused and in that state of, bother whether they should actually focus, the kids should actually focus in cricket, or whether should they be pulled out of it completely? What was that motivation message that you would like to give them, especially the kids who are talented, who have the potential of representing the grey?
Okay. Always tell every parent, and I tell all the kids, first preference in your life needs to be education. Okay? Because 500 kids are going to play cricket, 5 might end up playing national team, the rest of the 495 will play some form of cricket. Bulk of them are not going to play any serious cricket in their life. Something to fall back on. That's the first thing. Other than that, if cricket is not the second most important thing in your life, you're wasting your time. This country has a lot of cricket crazy parents who spend a lot of money on their kids' cricket. You need to, as a parent, figure out at what level your child's cricket is, and then pick the cricket that you want to pick for him. For example, if your child is already playing state, going and playing school cricket or academies cricket is, I'm not going to say wasting his time, but it's not challenging him enough. Then we come and bring these kids and play over here is because we want to challenge them. Winning's important. Winning's a good part of it, but it's not everything. We beat Pacific in the rounds. Great achievement. We beat Phoenix last season in Bukhatir League 50 overs. Great achievement. Okay, we qualified. In those days it wasn't plate and main event. It was one tournament. We lost to Bukhatir 11 in the quarterfinals. Great achievement by the kids. Okay, the idea again is you need to know at what level your child is, and we are there to guide. No use playing at the level you are because you're not going to improve. There is no use playing at a lower level from you because you're not going to improve. Others might improve, but we have to be a little bit selfish here. Your child needs to play at a level where he's challenged. If he's not challenged, you will go through from 10 all the way up to 25 and you'll think you're a good player, but you'll never end up at you. When we challenge them, every tournament, if I get one kid, Yug Sharma, this season, I think he's our pick this year. 14-year-old kid, took a couple of wickets against IGM in the T10 or the T20 that we played last. Took 2 fantastic wickets today. Okay, we keep. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but keep changing the captains every couple of tournaments, so that we teach these kids leadership as well. So it was Ronak Panoli, then it was Sethi, this time it's Amar Badami. We might bring somebody else in, or we might go back the same route. The idea is leadership. Leadership has many ups and downs. Making the wrong decision on the ground. I think the decision that my captain made wrong today was he didn't choke the opposition. Okay, 17-year-old captain playing against one of the top teams in the country. Okay, I'm sure he would have learned from it. Okay, so we'll talk to him, we'll groom him in times to come. If he shows more ability, he'll lead more. Again, the idea is by the time they're sitting in 19, 20, 21 and they're playing state, they should not fear playing against better opposition. So we give them television cricket. That's one fear for a child. Playing against somebody who's double your age with a beard like mine, or not as white as mine, but a bearded guy for a 14-year-old when he comes to bowl to maybe somebody Wasim or any one of those players that are playing the national team, I'm sure they're scared. But once you've done it twice, thrice, 4 times, that fear goes away. I have no shame saying I pick things up from places. I thought about that when IPL started. If you look at IPL, pre-IPL, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, the Asian teams have a habit of blooding young cricketers. 18-year-old in the ground. Okay, they'll put in 30, 18, 19-year-olds in the ground. 5 will survive, the other 25 go away. Okay, India did the same, Pakistan did the same, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, they all did the same by starting franchise cricket. So you've got the top players in the world coming and playing against you. So now when you're batting against Brett Lee, I'm giving an example because on the past I don't watch so much international cricket now. But if Brett Lee is bowling to you in a test or a one day, you're going to turn around and say, hey, I played him in IPL. I played him at the Nets if he was in the same team as me. So that fear of Brett Lee is already gone. That's the fear we want to take out of them. Oh, Mohammad Wasim, I already bowled to him. I got his wicket. Now I don't fear him anymore. Okay, Rohan Mustafa is batting against me. Yeah, I got him last time. So I can get him again. But the first time you're bowling to Rohan Mustafa, you're scared because the guy can scoop you, he can hit you, you know. So all these kids, when they started playing the first time, I'm sure they were worried. So taking those fears away, so by the time they get to the national team, if they're good enough and ECB thinks they're good enough and they take them, that factor has already gone away. That, again, it's my opinion, be right or wrong, but it's all working for us.
Well, amazing insights there coming through, and I mean, I love the vision that you are keeping in terms of, you know, developing the talents. And it is our first interaction, a lovely one, getting to know a lot more about what is going behind and how it is coming through. That message, I think, lovely. That's it from here. I will let Shoaib and Nishant take it forward from here.
Thank you.
Excellent, Sadhu.
Yes, thank you very much, Asim. It is another over beginning here. Required rate is touched 5 and over. And it is getting tougher and tougher. Shortish delivery this time. Looks to go for the pull. Play and a miss. Three deliveries bowled.
It's 104 needed in 20.3 overs, so almost around that 5 is what the required run rate is, 5.1. Short ball, lets it just go towards the keeper. And 1 for the over, signalled by the umpire.
Irfan, what an over. Very bold. Picked up 3 wickets without conceding a run. That was the over which really broke the back of DCC and pushed them onto the back foot big time. So the first plate semi-final was won by 7 districts who had not won a single league match. And the DCC, they look down in the dumps right now, which means that Pacific, who have not won a single league stage match, have a chance of going through to the finals as well.
Yes, that is the format of this tournament and the cup and the plate championship. You can still have chance, and that is what life is all about. It's all about hope. Takes that quick single, direct hit. Not to be end of the over. A single to end the over. 30 overs. DCC 105 for 6.
Rizwan bowling a fresh over. Comes down the track, pushes it back to the bowler. And bowled him. Well, he was looking to play across the line. And he's been knocked over by Rizwan.
Well, not on his front foot nor his back foot. The ball keeping low just a little bit. And Rizwan getting his 3rd wicket. And in some trouble are Starlets from DCC. Arash Raheja, 9 of 33, is walking back. 105 for 7.
Aditya Shetty bowled brilliantly. Is now coming out to bat. Let's see what he can do with it. And brilliantly bowled. The wicketkeeper going up in an appeal again, failing to realize it was bat.
Well, that was so close to the pad. I'm not sure whether it hit the pad first or the bat. That's how close it was. The arm ball coming in from Rizwan. At this time, a little short, and Aditya going on to the back foot. Has bowled well, Rizwan. 3 for 21. He's the one who's actually brought Pacific Group back in the game.
"31 overs bowled, 105 for the loss of 7 wickets.
And this is again good captaincy from Jiju Janardhanan to bring his another wicket-taking bowler back into the attack. You can't carry forward his overs into the next game. Get him when he's needed, and this is where he's needed to clean the tail of Dubai Starlets. Bring him on against somebody like Aditya, who's new to the crease. Test him with a few bouncers. Get the ball close to that stump. Here what Irfan should do is save his energy, give a single to Nilansh, bring Aditya on strike, and then bowl with a plan.
Yes, they'll have to just chalk out a strategy. They do not want to give DCC a semblance of a chance here. Punch there. Should be just a single. Single it will be. Now that's interesting. It's the third ball and Nilansh has picked up the single. Now Aditya will have to play out 3 deliveries from Irfan. He's been simply outstanding. Three for 16 in his 7th over. He's getting the ball to move around quite a bit in that first spell. Defended dot ball. Oh, they pick up a single.
Yes, just a fumble allows them to go for the single, and they do it. Every run counts for Dubai Starlets. 101 more needed from 18.2 overs. Not a lot of batting left. Lanch is still out there. 22 of 60 deliveries. He's played 10 overs out of the 30. Almost 33% of the overs. He's the man who's played it. Good performance. Good cricketer. Fighting cricketer, Nilanj Keswani.
Opens the face of the blade this time, picks up a single. Last ball of the over. $108 for 7. Aditya on strike. Easily played away towards square third man, single, and that'll be the end of the over. 32 bowled, 109 for 7. Nicely swept away. Oh, hits the square leg umpire there. And they will pick up runs. And run out opportunity. That looks close. And straight away, let's find out what does my co-commentator Asim think about it.
Looks like he has made it. That first look. But we always have the technology in place to double check. Looks like he has made it. But I was quite surprised. How did the umpire get hit? He had a lot of time to move away. Well, it is close and he has made it.
So Nelson on the board right now. Aditya, 4 of 6.
Rizwan into his 9th over. Be wanting to pick up 5 here, if he can. Slightly shorter in length. Easy pickings there for Aditya Shetty. Rocking onto the back foot. A single taken.
Rizwan into his penultimate over here. Has got 10 more deliveries. What can he do in those 10 deliveries? Too far outside the off stump, comfortably played away for a single. And Nilanj has looked so much at ease. Very well bowled. Just drifting it in slightly to Aditya. Of course, to the lower batter. The arm ball is a very good delivery.
Another arm ball and played down there by Aditya. 95 more to get. Well, that was close to an edge. Aditya survives, 33 gone, DCC 113 for 7. Akif Raja has brought himself back into the attack here. So Jiju is in hurry to put curtains on this proceedings here. 7 down. He does not want to make the same mistake that Ammar Badami made in the first innings, where at this stage, similar looking stage, they built a partnership and took the game away, I would say.
Yes, and Yash Tandon was the left-hander who was at the middle. And here they have Nilansh, the left-hander, who's there as well.
Will he have the same fate as that of Yash, Ansh, I beg your pardon? Drop catches coming in for Ansh. Got that 100. And I think they made it tough for them, I reckon. Team DCC Starlets. They could have easily stopped them at around 150 mark. Nice shot, flicked in the gap. What beautiful timing there from Nilansh Keswani.
Yes, that was sweetly done. Not too much effort put in there. Just clipped away and clipped away brilliantly into the gap for 4.
If you want to know what timing can do, that is what timing brings you and offers. Pure timing, no power at all. Timing, placement, pitch perfect. 119 for 7. 89 to get off 99 deliveries. Now the countdown begins. It's both the balls, the runs and the balls are in double figures.
Opish. But wide of the bowler, in the direction of the mid-on fielder, but well shot.
Well, Nishant, I'm just trying to find sense out here that if you want to push curtains on the proceedings here, you would want to go a bit unorthodox in terms of your field placement, get someone close in the catching position, force the batsman to make that error, get that fielder in the head of the batsman that something different is going to come at me right now. Bowl those slower ones that the batsman actually checks it to the fielder, maybe a short cover, standing cover, a short mid-wicket. These are important decisions that needs to be taken at the right time and put doubts in the batters. The batters need to think about what is coming next.
Yes, you have to keep them guessing, no two ways about it.
I would even want Akif to come around the wicket, bowl at the ribs and get a catching man there on the short leg.
He's just got to try and pepper him a little bit here. Right now, he looks very comfortable on the crease. Just make his life a little difficult. Make it slightly uncomfortable. 34 bowled, 120 for 7.
And it is Mujahid Amin who's into his 8th over. No success for the senior campaigner.
Yet. He's got 2.4 overs to try and get something, and that is slogged sweat brilliantly. Look at the timing on that one as well, Asim.
Who would say he's number 9? Aditya Shetty, take a bow. Beautiful looking shot. And his father is actually there in the ground. He would definitely be proud of that shot. After that knock, after that excellent spell with the ball. Now that shot coming in, as good as a number 4, number 5 batter playing.
An excellent response from Mujahid. That was very close to the pads.
Well, I would really like to see aggressive captaincy coming through from Jiju right now before they get in another problem, which is of another partnership that is steadying out. It is at 22 right now. Probably get fast bowler, attack the ribs, get a short leg in place, get a short fine leg in place, which is standing closer within inside the circle for that extra bounce. Meanwhile, nicely swept there by Aditya Shetty. So they are getting runs here. They are cutting that deficit down. It's still a long way to go from here. 90 deliveries, 79 to get, 35 over mark here. DCC 129 for 7.
Fresh over starts. Abhay Jotin introduced into the attack. And that's the arm ball. Dot ball.
And he's just coming and bowling, rolling his arm over here. Trying his luck, every options, trying to open up. Jiju Janardhanan. Good bowling here from Abhay. And a very different bowling action, goes lower while delivering the ball and doesn't get that bounce off the track. Nicely played down the ground, a single taken. .130 for 7 at 35.4. 78 to get of 86 deliveries. Aditya on strike. Well, that was close, but excellent delivery there. Nishant, the ball pitching, moving away from Aditya Shetty. Now, all his, I mean, he's not a big turner of the ball, but if he can drift the ball away from the right-hander that good, I think continue bowling him.
Yes, bowling from round the wicket. Always a little different for the off spinner. But these days, More and more spinners are trying to do that. 36 bowled, 131 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Mujahid Amin to Aditya Shetty. Well, almost going back and crashing the stumps. Could have been that hit wicket. First of its kind in the tournament.
Well, Aditya has looked pretty solid. That'll be a shameful way to get out to.
I reckon very, very well played. Very, very well played there by Aditya. I mean, the way he's batting with a lot of confidence, I think he deserves a promotion in the coming games, if at all they make it through in this one. Very confident looking batter's shot, the shot selection that he's making here. Shaurya Singh was one such, who was looking very confident with his approach.
Well bowled and well played again. So now the required rate will also start coming into picture.
I think Jiju should not worry about things in terms of the required run rate. All he needs to focus on is for the next 3 or 4 overs, do not let the batsman cut loose, because there is one fielder less outside the circle. Get this required run rate. The focus should right now be on getting this required run rate close to that 7 mark. Once that happens, they are in a better position to actually negotiate with just containing. It does not matter to them if the game goes right till the wire, as long as they are on the winning side.
Yes, but for DCC's point of view, the required rate becomes very crucial.
Well, that's where they have to focus on getting those timely boundaries, isn't it, Nishant?
Timely boundaries and avoid as many dot balls as possible. Meanwhile, another over comes to an end. 37 bowled, 134 for 7.
Good one there from Abhay Jotin. He continues here. The captain believes that he is my right option to go with. Now this is where teams lack here. If they do not have a spinning option in the first 5 batters, that's where it becomes difficult. They have in the form of Punya Mehra, who rolled in 10 overs, and he is a batter. So we're talking about having that bowling option available in the form of batters who can bowl.
It's mandatory in any format of the game. I believe that such an asset, people like Maxwell.
Well, people like Maxwell, Virender Sehwag, Tendulkar for that matter, during his age where he used to bowl.
Oh, there was a time when India fielded an 11 which had 10 people who could bowl, barring the wicket keeper, who would either be a Mongia or a or a Samir Dighe at that point in time. Barring that wicketkeeper, everybody else could bowl.
Well, if not 10, at least 8 or 9 of them could easily bowl. The era where Ganguly, Virender Sehwag, Sachin Tendulkar, Yuvraj Singh, bowlers. I think except for a couple, maybe like a Mohammad Kaif and the keeper himself, everyone else used to bowl. So what that gives you is that you can have that liberty of going with 4 specialist bowlers, and the rest can contribute, chip in, and not all of them can have a bad day. Some can bowl a spell of 5 as well.
In fact, in the 2003 World Cup, they had a wicketkeeper who could bowl as well. That's Rahul Dravid. Rahul Dravid had ODI wickets to his name. He's bowled a complete spell of 10 overs in a couple of matches. 38 overs bowled, 136 for 7.
Jiju is coming into his second over here. Now in that hunt for a wicket. They're just trying to nudge those singles and making it a lot comfortable now. Required run rate is now jumped to 6 and over. 70 to get of 70 deliveries. Now, that situation of applying yourself in terms of getting those boundaries here and there in every 2 overs, that has arrived.
Yes, now they'll need boundaries. They'll desperately need them. And now, oh, direct hit would have been interesting there. And now, slowly but steadily, Pacific Group are getting into that situation where for them, wickets might not matter.
Look at that stare from Jiju. And the stare from Nilanj Keswani as well after that. Look at that pose. It's like you're answering Jiju. कर लो भैया जो कर सकते हैं, हम तो नहीं आउट हो रहे हैं.
Quick single taken again. Or more like the fantastic comic, stand-up comic recently passed away Raju Srivastav, in his words, हाँ भैया कर लो ये पहले.
Well, he was one such great stand-up comedian. He used to make you get into that moment, whatever you used to describe.
And the way he used to mimic real life situations was outstanding. The observation. I remember an act where he was imitating a cow sitting in the middle of the street.
And those empty train handles
Yes, and
of Mumbai local.
And the camera person in a wedding feast.
You name them, and all those are so realistic that you actually get into the moment and understand how much of observation it took for him to actually come out and deliver that sort of an act. But meanwhile, not getting carried away into the Bollywood side of things. 39 overs gone here. DCC 139 for 7. Abhay Jordan continuing. And joining me in the comm box after a short break here, Shoaib Ahmed. Welcome, Shoaib.
Thank you, Asim. Interesting passage of play, a good partnership between Nilansh and Aditya. And they're not just giving it up, are they? They're going to fight till the last ball. And that is what the character and the fabric is of this side.
Well, absolutely. Partnerships over 35 right now between the two. Now things are going to get tougher here for DCC, but I really love the way they have fought back here in terms of pulling things back, not just giving it away in a plate to the Pacific bowlers. They are making them work really hard for those wickets. Beautiful delivery from Abhay Jordan. And has that off-spin action though, but he's just not turning the ball into the right-hander. Getting the ball drift away from the right-hand batsman, Aditya Shetty.
That's well played. And they'll get that single. Yes, you're right about them not surrendering to Pacific Group. And right now, the required run rate is 6.2, so more than run a ball. It is getting difficult, but at least they're putting out a fight.
Well, a fight, I think, but they just got too defensive in terms of their approach. Probably get those singles at regular intervals. Could have kept this asking rate under 6 an over right now. I think that is that minor calculation mistake that they have got here.
Yeah, but it's the pressure of the wickets. They've lost wickets, so they can't actually accelerate as much as they would want to. What they can do is an odd boundary here and there from now on will always keep them in the hunt.
Well, Shoaib, on the contrary, just trying to look at it from another side here. Meanwhile, this is an excellent looking shot from Aditya Shetty towards extra cover. This is nicely picked. He was enticed to play that shot upish, and he did that to perfection.
Great looking shot, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Now you're around that run a ball. So any loose delivery you would want to capitalize. That's what he has done there.
Well, absolutely. And when you don't have wickets in hand, that's what makes things difficult for you to actually apply things when the required run rate goes in excess of 6. Meanwhile, we continue that chat there. 146 for 7 after the end of 40 overs.
even now Nilansh is almost around that 50 strike rate, which I think can get better and will get better if he stays out there till the last ball.
Now, it could have been better anyways if they would have focused on the singles at the initial stage itself. Making the innings dead completely can never be that approach towards winning the game, right? I mean, why would you want to pull things right till the end if you do not have the approach of winning the game? That's what my entire point is. Now, the thing is that the pressure will be there on the batters to get those timely boundaries.
Yes, it was hit straight to the fielder. Sometimes it's just you just have to go with the flow, I feel. And what Nilansh did is he bought some time for his side while staying there. Yes, they're not in a very comfortable position now, but had he not been there, I think it would have already been game over for Dubai Starlets. So they're still in the fight. And both these batters are looking good now. They are settling well. They know the pitch and the conditions. So you would now back them to play a longer innings and try and get as close to the target as possible and maybe even chase it down. So my point here is, Asim, that I would prefer this situation than two new batters out there at this time.
So in short, you're trying to say lose by 20-25 runs instead of losing by 100 runs.
They haven't lost yet.
Well, I'm talking about the approach. It's just that if at all. Cricket is a funny game. We know that things can, change.
In fact, sorry to cut you. In fact, I feel now they have a strong chance. So now that 60-40 that we were talking about is almost 55-45. So it is coming down just because of the fact that you've got two settled players who are on a partnership of 43 and they need run a ball from here on. Most of the key bowlers have bowled their overs. So you've got Jyotin who's bowling, who's a part-timer. So I think it's 55-45.
Up in the air, chance! And goes begging, and it's none other than Rizwan KS. Look at that. If things are not falling in your place, and if it's luck is on your side, that's what just happens. Nilansh Keswani surviving.
Oh yes, that was a good ball from Jiju, a short delivery, and that should have been taken. He's one of the best fielders in that side for Pacific Group, Rizwan KS. So if you're not taking those catches, the pressure now slowly building. So now 55-45 is, I think, what, 52 and 47, 48?
Well, I still feel it's 60-40 till the deficit comes down to around 30-35. It's just about a wicket to get from here on, and then things will again be a rebuilding situation for DCC, and for that they will not have too many balls to actually recover from.
A dot ball to end the over. 41 overs. DCC 149 for 7. 41 overs as in comes Irfan. I think that catch, that dropped catch, so normally we'll come back to that after this delivery. Nicely played straight to the fielder. So that dropped catch from Rizwan in that previous over, I think there's no right time to drop a catch, but that was a really bad time to drop a catch. And I say that because now what will happen is that will get Nilanj to focus even more and will allow him to refocus, get his thoughts cleared, and might just be a match-turning and match-defining drop catch for DCC.
Well, if I was Jiju, probably I'll go up to the fielders and tell them that, see, we are ahead of the game in terms of the required run rate. It's in excess of 6. So they would want to hit a lot more boundaries now. And there would be chances that would flow in. Be alert, be very, very aware of things, and just don't give it away. And not exactly that way of approaching things.
Yes, now the pressure. They've taken 2, in fact. That's good running. So overall 3 runs where it would have ideally been just a single without taking a lot of risks. So the pressure clearly showing on Pacific Group as the momentum is shifting in favor of DCC.
I think still right in the balance here. It's just that, I mean, they'll have to make sure, DCC boys, that the required run rate doesn't climb in excess of 7. That can still be covered up, but anything goes that beyond 7, and knowing the fact that they've lost 7 wickets already, it will be number 10, number 11 coming, and when they come on strike, there will be a lot of dot balls that will be there as well.
Good running between the wickets. These young cricketers, they've got some really good fitness and they're very quick between the wickets, and that is also adding pressure on Pacific Group. These singles are not to be given right now, because if you give singles, the pressure is not going to build up.
These singles are not to be given, but they're stealing it. That's the other way of, I mean, that's DCC's way of looking at things, that we need to steal them. Push, run hard, because we are in a situation that we can't even take those aerial risks at the moment.
Another single. So it's a matter of 1 good over either ways, for whichever side you may want to think. For Pacific, 1 good over with a wicket or 2, and for DCC, 1 good over with 2 or 3 boundaries in that over, maybe edges, and things can change.
I think there should be a very clear message coming in from Jiju, is that don't hunt for wickets right now, because if you try to do it, you might make an error which may lead to leaking runs, which is what DCC is looking for right now. Beautiful delivery from Irfan.
Very well bowled, but will still get a single. DCC. The launch is on 48, a well fought 48. I think this is one of the special innings that I have seen in this edition of 47 Bukhatir League, just because of the situation that he was in, the way he's played, the way he's displayed his skills here, and the way he's shown his temperament. I think this has been one of the top knocks.
Well, I think if he wins this game for his team, I think there's that celebration. There'll be a moment for the cameraman to capture. It will be the highlight of the 47 Bukhatir League. He's been silent. He's not expressing himself.
Wanted that single, but sent back by Aditya. End of the over. 42 overs have been bowled. DCC 156 for 7. Mujahid being brought into the attack, his last over off his quota. Now this is where you need to be cautious. He's one of their wicket-taking bowlers. Don't give him a wicket. He'll be...
Now, Shoaib, you being a left-handed batter, would you fancy your chance against Mujahid now? This is the last...
Not at this moment. No, not at this moment. I would only fancy my chances in the last 2 overs against whoever it is and whatever score is at that time. That's what Dhoni does. He takes the game deep. So if you can take the game deep, the pressure will be on the bowler at that time. With you batting at 50 or 60. Meanwhile, he's taken that single, Nilansh, and I think he's got to the 50-run mark. Yes, he has a fighter's knock. He is a fighter, and I've seen very few cricketers with the attitude that he has. We've discussed this quite a few times, and I'm sure he is one of the future stars of UAE cricket.
Definitely want to see him wear that helmet for the senior side. Part of the under-19, but now he has a lot, the attitude especially, of representing the national side, the attitude of letting everything come at you, regardless of the situation, accepting it, challenging yourself, pushing that level up. That is something that you need in order to represent the national side there. Still on 49 there. Now that one single, waiting for it. Well, that's nervous 49. Arm ball, played for the spin.
Yes, looking for that single to get to 50. We already celebrated his 50. He'll have to wait a little longer for that. 49 of 43 deliveries. I would still not be worried about this because they will get an opportunity. Somebody who's not their prime bowler will come to bowl. So you would want to back yourself as a team chasing that total.
Well done, very well done there. Nilansh Keswani gets to his 50. Round of applause coming in from the dugout. And I think definitely Amin Farooq will be happy for the fact the situation they were in, 95 for 6, 159 for 7 at the 43 over mark. I think really a moment to be proud of with the way Nilansh has played here, 50 of 95.
And as soon as he's crossed the 50 mark, he goes bang, bang, boom, boom towards the cow corner. First ball of Irfan of this 9th over has been tonked towards the cow corner for 4 runs.
Look at that, a perfect batter's slog there. Beautifully picked. Now this is concerns for Jiju Janardhanan. What does he do now? What does he ask the bowlers to do? Is something he should actually pass on a plan that this is what we need. Bowl those slower ones, get the third man in, push your mid-wicket back because they are going to focus at those timely boundaries.
Yes, now you're a batter, Asim, so you know if you've played 96 deliveries, you know how well you can see the ball and sight the ball. And even if at that stage you need to chase at 10 and over, you will back yourself to chase that total. That's good batting. Got a 4 and now a single. All Aditya needs to do is just continue the way he's playing, give him able support, and I think Nilansh and Aditya are scripting something really special tonight.
Well, definitely looks as it's getting closer and closer, it's getting exciting. anything can happen. It's right in the balance. It's just about 3 good deliveries for Pacific Group. We have seen that those 3 deliveries come in 1 over from from the man who's bowling at the moment. So it can go anywhere. Now that's the length I was talking about. Push these batters on the back foot. Get Akif Raja from the other end. Ask him to attack the ribs. And that is where you can increase the chances of making the batsman a forced error.
That's a good ball, really. A good ball from Irfan in the given scenario. And they need to do something out of the box. I think this is one plan. Make them uncomfortable.
Well, definitely I would not mind attacking the ribs, the helmet. Get your third man, fine leg in place. Deep square. Keep bowling there. Up in the air. Chance for Jiju. As, in fact, Zishan Abidani takes it. Important breakthrough here coming in for Pacific Group. It took ages for them to get that breakthrough. Finally, the partnership of 59.
Well, that short ball did the trick, didn't it? This time he was in no position to play that shot. He was anticipating, but not anywhere close. And a very awkward looking shot from Aditya Shetty has brought his downfall. An important breakthrough at an important time from an important bowler. 8 wickets down. Aditya Shetty walking for 26. Well played, but not enough. 164 for 8.
New man in is Surya Satish. And Shoaib is definitely going to give more insights about Surya.
Well, all these 11 players can bat, I can tell you that from DCC. At least, they know how to defend, how to carry their bat, know how to play and guide the ball into gaps. So Surya definitely is one of them. Nilansh, on the other hand, we all know what he can do and what he's done so far. He needs to give company to Nilansh.
But Shoaib, tell me something. You've been leading your team as well. If your fast bowler has a bouncer, a good bouncer, would you want the new batsman to face a delivery right under his bat, or would you want to test him with a bumper?
Well, 100% a bumper, and that is exactly what Irfan has done. Just one ball late, but nevertheless, I think it was a good over from Irfan. A wicket in that over. 44 overs have been bowled, 6 more to go. DCC 165 for 8. Surya Satish plays it towards long on, gets a single, brings Nilansh on strike. .55 of 97 deliveries. Joining me in the comm box to take you through for the next 6 overs. It's going to be Nishant Majetia. Nishant, welcome. Happy Navratri, by the way.
Thank you so much. Yes, having been a Gujarati born in Odisha, I've got the best of both the worlds. Navratri starting from, I think, a good 5 days ago, and from today onwards, it's Durga Puja. The eastern part of India is going crazy because after 2 years of COVID, I've gotten an opportunity to have a lot of fun.
And you're here in Sharjah in the comm box at 12:30 in the morning. Can't complain, can you?
Not at all.
But you're witnessing something really crazy out there in the center. 41 runs of 33 deliveries, Nilansh and Surya. You were hearing the conversation I was having with Asim. What is your take on the innings so far from Nilansh?
Appeal there, and has been called a wide. Well, I would say that when he came out to bat and saw wickets falling at the other end, he didn't have a choice. Because it was a hopeless situation. It's not a test match which you can bat out and save. But then you got to play for pride as well. Nicely struck. And that is into the gap for 4. Makes up for whatever dot balls he faced in this over. And that boundary came out of nowhere.
Well, that's a poor delivery going down the leg side and nicely whipped off his pads. Surya Satish, he looks confident. Again, one of the few players coming through the domestic circuit, homegrown cricketers. And what a testing time this is. And if they make it through, what amount of confidence they'll get out of this win.
It will be a big moment, no two ways about it. I really love, I've been hearing that word quite a few number of times since I've come here. Homegrown cricketer. Really love whenever I hear that, considering there are a lot of expats playing cricket here. A lot of people who have not been able to rise through the ranks as well as they would have liked to in India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. And Nilansh picks up a single. 45 bowled, 174 for 8.
Five more overs to go. One more over from Irfan. Just 1 wicket away from a 5-wicket haul. Starts off with a short delivery. Nicely negated and negotiated by Nilansh. Just guiding it towards third and taking that single. Now it is on Surya on how to bat against somebody like Irfan.
Now it's Irfan who's been the leading wicket taker in this game so far. And look at the confidence that Nilansh has on Surya. First ball, he's picked up a single.
Yes, you're right, and that is why I say Surya Satish can definitely bat. Also one of the under-19 cricketers. Homegrown again, like I mentioned. Allows the ball to just pass away towards the keeper.
To be honest, when I saw him bowl, Surya Satish, I thought that he's more of a batsman who can bowl. Not because he was not good at what he was doing, but because of the street smart way in which he operates as a bowler.
Yes, he's a la Hardik Pandya kind of a cricketer. Of course, not comparing to Hardik Pandya, but has that same kind of approach. Likes to bat, likes to bowl, has that quick, nippy, fast delivery, uses his change of pace as well. But now the focus, like we said, is on his batting skills and on his temperament. 33 needed from 28.
Nicely whipped away there. They have a fielder in the deep. Single taken. I think that's all right. You have to keep it in mind that you should not get into a situation where you definitely need boundaries. Even right now, a couple of boundaries will do. They should keep doing this. Under pressure, slip-ups will happen from the bowling side as well.
Yes, and now we feel that Irfan is trying to look for that 5th wicket. So when you are trying to do something, you might err in your line and length. Takes the single, gets back on the non-striking end. He's happy to take singles. Like I said, you need to take the game deep. Take it till the last over. And if you need 10, 12, 14 in the last, back yourself to get those runs.
And these days, anything less than 15, the bowler is under pressure. It's not like in the 90s where 8 runs, 9 runs in the final over and the bowler would bowl confidently. Even if you look at the situation right now, 26 needed of 31, a runner ball from here on for the next 20 deliveries would leave 11 for the last over. That's what they should be looking at. Lovely shot, lovely shot. Pity will get only a single for that.
Now this makes you think the way Surya is batting, why was he kept to bat at number 10? He definitely can bat a lot higher in that DCC lineup. Next time I meet Mr. Amin Farooq, I would definitely want to ask that question. He's looking so good. Hasn't been beaten even once in those 9 deliveries. Has left the ball whenever he wanted to. And he's middling every ball. Not one ball off the edge. So yes, I think it's 50-50 now.
Nicely opens the face of the blade there. And they'll come back for 2. Oh, this is close. This is going to be close.
Well, we'll have to wait for the replay, and I'm not sure whether that second run was needed. They were playing so well. Just at the wrong moment, they lose their focus and concentration. And I think that was a wrong call. Now we'll have to wait for the replay to find out whether he made it in time or not. The body language of the fielding side doesn't look very positive. I'm not sure. I didn't see that. So here we come again. The bat is in the air. And I think it's out.
Just want to be sure that the ball was in his hands. Or the ball hit the stumps. So I think this is going to be the 9th wicket. Unfortunate way to get out, because if you see the bat
went in the air as he dived. Sometimes happens. Your hand goes up when you're diving.
Yes, had he slid the bat in, I think he would have just made it. But no, he's been run out, and that's the most bizarre way to get out, especially in the situation that they were in. 60, a well-played 60 for Nilanj Keswani, and DCC are 179 for 9. Jiju Janardhanan comes into the attack. First ball on the stumps. Surya takes a single and brings the new man in, Yug.
.180 for the loss of 9 wickets. And now, of course, it is completely Pacific group ahead.
Yes, now it's 80-20, isn't it? Or maybe 90-10. 3 matches, 2 innings, 4 runs.
No, it's a matter of one good ball, that's about it. Outside edge and put down. Well, there is no dearth of drama in this game. If you thought that we are done, we are not.
I think it was a bump after the edge. And he takes that single. Now, what Surya Satish needs to do is play those 22 balls himself. Try and get as many runs as he can without getting Yug on strike. So, try and look for the boundaries, try and look for the gaps. There is a mid-on inside the circle, so you might want to try and hit it over there. Short ball. So there's a mid-on and mid-wicket inside the 30-yard circle. Big gap between long-on and all the way till square leg.
Is there even a long on? No, mid-on is there, yes. And I think he's just going back now. Yeah. There's still quite a lot of gap between long on and square leg. Just has to clear the fielder at short mid.
He does that.
He has done it and done it very well. That's gone the distance.
That's a good looking shot from Surya. That is exactly what we were talking. And he executes it so very well. Incomplete balance, takes that length ball, slower delivery, and with intent he plays that wide of the long on fielder. Good looking shot.
Now for the short ball, there is gap between thirdman and sweeper. Down the leg side, that bouncer, appeal for a caught behind, umpire not interested.
I think that was way too high. No, that was a good bouncer. Very well bowled. Very well directed as well. 21 needed from 19. Last wicket for DCC. The team that wins goes into the finals of the Plate Championship. Lots to play for. And last ball, take a single, young man. Surya.
No, he can't. He can't. That is the end of the over. 47 bowled. 187 for 9. 21 of 18 needed now.
Short ball, Yug trying to pull it off. Akif has been brought into the attack. Akif will be looking for this wicket in this very over. They've got an opportunity to keep Yug on strike and maybe get his wicket and win the game as well. The idea has to be to bowl on the stumps. Quick and fast on the stumps. Attack the stumps.
A little too straight. That has been flicked away, and look at the big roar that Hugh gets as he picks up that single from the dugout. That brings Surya back on strike.
Yes, Akif trying to aim at the stumps. 20 needed of 16 deliveries. And like we mentioned earlier, Surya will have to try and play the remainder of this over. Maybe get a boundary and a single in the remaining 4 deliveries. Where can he hit those? Pulls it well. It's in the gap. Easy 2. So 18 more needed from 15.
It's getting closer. It's getting closer. 75-25 now. .190 for 9, and now those runs that they gave away towards the end are going to hurt DCC. Back of length, punched back to the bowler. Another dot ball. Who's going to bowl from the other end? I think it's going to be Jiju and Akif to bowl out here.
That's right. And I just feel that Surya will fancy batting against Jiju. Not very quick. And again, we all talk about the pressure in the last 2 overs. 18 more needed. Just get a single or 2. And make sure you are facing the first ball of the next over.
And he plays it towards that mid-wicket region. He's run the first one hard. They do not want another run out. And they will get 2.
Well, that's good running between the wickets, but it was a very tense moment for the dugout of DCC. They've already lost Nilanj Keswani in the form of a run out. You don't want another run out because you don't have any more wickets left. That was good running. Good running by Yug. He knows the importance of every run. 16 needed from 13 deliveries. Last ball of this over. A weird field change. The third comes in and the mid-wicket goes back.
Well, can't understand that. You want to protect the single. Bouncer outside off. No, bowl straight. And Surya will be disappointed. He's not been able to tuck it away. That will be the end of it. 48 bowled, 192 for 9. (16 of 12). Now he gets the flick right. Can't get it past the infielder. Oh, he does. But there is a fielder immediately next to him. Just a single.
Well, that is what Hughes' role is. Just get that single and bring Surya on strike. Now is the real contest. 15 needed of 11. Try and get as many runs as possible now, Surya. If you want to win this game, you have to make sure you get at least a couple of boundaries. Third man, fine leg inside the ropes, inside the 30 yards, apologies. Goes for the Yorker, brilliantly bowled by the experienced Jiju. He's been under such pressure, he's been in these kind of situations earlier as well. He knows what to do. And that was an inch perfect Yorker. Tense faces in the dugout. "14 needed of 10.
Right up there again. Excellent delivery this.
Yes, the ball moving in. Yug somehow managing to keep the ball away from the stumps. I think that single should not have been taken by Surya. A dot ball wouldn't be a big problem, but losing a wicket would be game over. Now somehow Yug needs to get another single and bring Surya back on strike. This has been exceptional bowling. Really good bowling from the captain. He's leading from the front, making the right changes. And another slower delivery. Very well bowled, just outside off. I think that should have been on the stumps. But nevertheless, exceptional bowling. Absolutely brilliant.
Now then. This is the time where Pacific Group will want a single to be taken. The fact that they're 9 down doesn't... it means that it's not going to be a free hit for you either. And they take the single. 13 of 7. Now comes the conundrum. What does Surya do? Pick up a single, leave 12 for the last over, or go for a big shot and try and bring it down to single digits?
Yes, that's right. That's the real question. Moment of truth. Test by fire. What does he do now? What does he do? I think take the single. Keep the last 6 balls for yourself. I think that's the right plan. Here we go. Goes for the Yorker, plays it towards mid-wicket. In the gap, chase for the fielder. No chance. 4 important runs on that last ball of the penultimate over. Surya has kept DCC Starlets in the hunt. 6 balls, 9 runs needed.
Excellent shot that from Surya there. Lovely pickup. And at the last minute, just giving up there, the fielder. End of the over, 9 to win of the final over then.
Right then, the first real nail-biter of this tournament. 9 of 6 outside the off-stump. He looks at the umpire. It's a wide. Akif not happy.
Well, it's important that first ball of the over. And I think that is an umpire's call.
Yeah, that's a borderline call. I mean, I'm okay with that. It's a marginal call, yes. But it can go either ways.
8 needed of 6, and it is Yug on strike. Yug, if you can just give the strike back to Surya, that will be a big achievement. Meanwhile, Akif will want to try and take this wicket, finish things off in style. Goes for the Yorker, exceptionally well bowled, gets it right on the money, and a dot ball.
I think Yug should give himself 3 deliveries. 1 gone, 2 more to take that single.
That'll be a little too much, I think. 3 deliveries and he gets a single. That will mean that it will be 7 needed of 3 with Surya on strike. It's good to see that Surya went up to Yug and spoke to him. Let's see whether that has worked. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. This is good bowling from Akif. He's bowling in the right channel. He's quick. And Yug has no answers.
He has to get strike now. Why do you want to swing and why not just tap and run? Number 11s, I tell you.
Yes, I think they need clear instructions. So Surya has to go up to him and clearly tell him, just bring your bat close to the ball, connect it and run. 8 needed of 4. This time he connects straight to the fielder, throw at the stumps, but no chance. They'll get that single, and more importantly, Surya will be on strike. 7 needed of 3.
Very nicely done there. It went straight to the field and Surya was so quick. Now, you can actually go back to the pavilion. Because I don't think he's got any more role to play, Yug. Surya is not giving him the strike.
Yes, he just has to be the runner running 2 runs between the wicket, run as fast as he can. And come back to the non-striking end safe and sound. That's his role now. Also make sure that you leave the crease after the ball is released.
Yes, most important. Squeezed out.
They're looking for 2. They're looking for 2. And they'll get them comfortably. Good running between the wickets.
5 needed of 2. Well, this is a perfect time to ask what happens in case of a tie.
Well, I think it will have to be the super over. I hope we don't get to that. It's already 1 in the morning. And we can't take any more drama. 5 runs needed, 2 deliveries.
Full toss, hammered, nicely done. He has got it into the gap. Scores level.
Well, not a bad ball, not a bad ball. Just some really good batting, some confidence, some self-belief. And look at that, the placement just between the 2 fielders, getting that 4 runs. So the scores are tied, 1 run needed from 1 ball, and now my nightmare is coming true. We don't want a super over.
Subtle way in which he opened the face of the bat there to get the placement. Outstanding. Now then, 9 fielders inside the circle. That's how it should be.
Well, it's all the 11 inside the circle, including the bowler and the keeper. They'll all be fielders. 1 run needed. What does he bowl here now? Does he go for the Yorker? Because that is what something Surya is expecting. Or does he go for the length ball? Let's find out. 1 run needed.
Hits it straight back at the bowler. He doesn't get a hand to it. That's all over. Back-to-back boundaries to finish. DCC have pulled a rabbit out of the hat here.
Well, they played like true champions and they deserve this win more than anybody else. They always had the self-belief. They always believed that they could come back. They fought like true fighters. And that is what the sport is all about. Never giving up till the last ball is bowled. Hope is everything in this sport. And that is the winning runs from another hero in the making. Surya Satish finishes it off in style. And you can see that how important this win is and what it means to these young players who've beat a very strong side in Pacific Group. They also fought really well, Pacific, to defend a small total like 207 until the last ball. I think that took some effort, but in the end, it is all about the win and getting into the finals. Amin Farooq, a happy man in the end, was almost tense all throughout the 50 overs. But he can manage a smile as DCC Starlets win this game by 1 wicket.
Yes, 1 wicket win for them with no balls to spare. Off the last ball, what a thriller we have had. Terrible, terrible start for DCC Starlets. Shaurya and Nilansh stitching together a vital partnership. Then again a little bit of a stutter. Then Aditya and Nilansh getting a partnership going, and then Nilansh and Surya getting something going, and then of course Surya, the last man to do the job for them. Not to forget that 5 of 10 from Yug, managing to stand there for 10 deliveries and getting 5 valuable runs.
Let's look at the bowling for Pacific Group. I think it has been a spirited effort, a good fight from Pacific Group. 7 bowlers used, and as you can see, the economy, almost everybody was under 6. Pick of the bowlers, Irfan bowling some really good spell right at the top. 1 over which got 3 wickets for him. 10 overs in total, a maiden and 36 runs, took 4 wickets. Rizwan also brought them back in the game, getting that wicket of Shaurya and shifting the game in their favour. 10 overs, 32, 2 maidens, 34 runs and 3 wickets for Rizwan. 1 wicket for Akif, who bowled the last over but couldn't restrict and couldn't defend those 8 runs that were needed. In the end, Pacific Group versus DCC Starlets. DCC Starlets win the game by a wicket.
Outstanding it was, this particular game. We've enjoyed a lot of it.
It was one of the best games, I think, that we've witnessed in this edition of the 47th Bukhatir League. That's the summary. Pacific Group winning the toss earlier in the day, deciding to bat first, managing only 207. Some good batting from Ansh, 114, a century in this semi-final. 137 deliveries he took to get to that 114. But Aditya was the man who made sure DCC Starlets were in the game, and the momentum was in their favour. 4 wickets for him in his allotted quota of 10 overs, giving 33 runs. In reply, DCC Starlets managing to just get there on the last ball of the 50th over, win 1 wicket in hand. I think this is, like we said, it has been a nail-biting thriller. Nilansh scoring some important runs, 60 in 102 balls, and Surya playing that important cameo and the role of a finisher for DCC Starlets. 35 of 23. Pick up the bowlers, Irfan getting 4, Rizwan getting 3 for Pacific Group. DCC Starlets win the game by 1 wicket and get into the finals, the plate finals, and will be playing against DC 7 districts. That will be in a few days from now.
Yes, that's how the innings started off. Some lovely shots played up front by Ronak Panoli. He looked to be very positive. They played some good shots.
gave them a good start before looking to pull this one, which was not quite there. And that was the over where everything went wrong. Punya Mehra 32 for 2, then Amar Badani 32 for 4, and then Ahan Fernandez getting out 34 for 4 then. And then a partnership there between Shaurya Singh and Nilansh Keswani. Shaurya played some good shots and was ably supported by Nilansh before Shaurya was there out bowled trying to sweep. And quickly after that, Rizwan struck again, getting rid of Shailesh Jai Shankar. And then Arash Raheja getting out next. Then again a partnership between Aditya Shetty and Nilansh. Aditya got a 26 of 39.
Hello, check.
Not afraid to go over the top. Nilansh was put down. What a moment in the game that turned out to be. Nilansh made sure that he punished them. But then Aditya Shetty departed for 26. And that's when Surya Satish walked in. He started off his innings on that note. And then Nilansh, looking for that second run there, got into trouble as he was run out. But Surya kept going at the other end with the number 11. His partner played some very, very calculated shots. That was the boundary which leveled the scores, and then that one did the job for them. Look at the delight of the DCC Starlets camp and the celebrations, drowning him with water there. So that is how things were. That's the match coming up tomorrow. Of course, the Cup quarterfinals begin. It's quarterfinal number 1 as Sri Lions take on Karwan Cricket Club. The next 4 days, you'll be witnessing the Cup quarterfinals. Starts tomorrow. And of course, we'll be back with all the action. For now, we'll dive into a short break. When we come back, we'll have Asim with the post-match presentation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the post-match presentation of the 47th Bukhatir League, powered by FanCode and brought to you by SkyExchange.net. What a thriller, what a match, and worthy of a semi-finals played between DCC Starlets and Pacific Group. First of all, a round of applause to both the teams for putting up a show, and I think this was the best game so far that we have witnessed, and that too it came in the played semi-finals. Now, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors, starting from our title sponsor, SkyExchange.net, FanCode, TCM, Leap Sports, International, and our FMD partner, Star Biryani, for the delicious dinner. Now, this game, after being, asked to bowl first, they did a fantastic job in restricting the opponents to 207, winning the game by 1 wicket, and it was a fantastic show coming in from 2 players. And our man of the match, it was a tough one to pick, but the match referee, Mr. Iftikhar Ali, has decided to award it to Nilansh Keswani for 60 runs, picking up 1 wicket, 14 runs in his 10-over spell. What a fantastic all-round performance here from Nilansh. First of all, Nilansh, congratulations. What a show. What a game. Tell me, what do you feel? I leave it up to you.
I mean, it was a really amazing game to be part of. I mean, finishing the way Surya did, really good win. We had one of these games like this in the World Cup as well. So, I mean, really good job by the team.
Well, at in the initial stage, we were a bit hesitant whether you guys can pull it off from here, 7 down. There was a partnership that was there between you and Shaurya. But, after his departure, things looked a bit difficult in terms of, the practical that was in front of you. How did you apply yourself there?
Look, I mean, the plan for me was simple, just to keep batting 50 overs, just just keep tiring them off, just keep batting, no need to take a risk, and then just keep batting. I was just telling my partners that we just need 3-4 runs an over, take it till the end, get a partnership in, and then fortunately we won the game.
Well, was there a panic situation where the required run rate went up to 7 and over at one stage?
No, not. I don't think so. When I was batting with Surya as well, I don't think so. I was panicked at all. But then obviously once I got run out, I mean, I felt a bit like I'd let my team down because I wanted to take us over the finish line. But credit to Surya.
Well, any learning of this game before you get into the finals?
I mean, our fielding in the last 2 games has been really poor. So hopefully we can field better, because if we fielded better today, we could have restricted them under 120. So that's one of the learnings to take away.
Well, amazing performance there. All the very best, Nilansh. Do well for the finals. You're playing 7 districts in the finals of the plate division. So all the very best for that.
One more thing to Surya.
That's an amazing gesture. Surya Satish, the man who finished it off. Surya, please, want to talk us through the emotions at those final stages. You felt that it can be done last over 9 runs. What was going on to your mind?
Definitely, I mean, I had to back my abilities from the dugout itself. I had to keep track of the game, and I had to predict where the ballers are going to ball based on the fields, and it's all about backing my abilities from the start. So that's what I did.
Well, do you think coming at number 10 was that bluff coming in for the opponents that he's number 10? I mean, definitely we are having that upper hand.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what the coach had in his mind. I mean, everything is meant to be, so let it be as it is.
So, I mean, while taking that decision of hitting that boundary when 13 runs odd required, what was going through your mind that you'll not be on the strike on the very final over with Akif Raja coming in and bowling the last?
I knew my partner Yug could bat a bit. I mean, he got the technique, so I know he can rotate the strike. So I backed myself, and he also backed himself to rotate the strike, and we pulled it off for me.
Now I need an honest answer. Those first two dot balls coming through, what was running through your mind?
Last over.
Yeah, last over, the first 2 balls, the dot balls. What was running through your mind?
Honestly, I mean, I told him, even if it goes to the keeper, if you miss it, we are running, because I had to get myself on strike as soon as possible. So, and I knew I could do it. So.
Well, I think a sheer example of holding on to your nerves. Fantastic display there. You held on to your nerves and pulled it off for the team. All the very best for the finals. Go well.
Thanks so much.
Now that's some sportsman spirit coming through here from Nilansh Keswani. He's dedicated his man of the match to Surya Satish. Now this is one of cases that we have seen, and if you are a cricketer, you probably watch these gestures. This might help you, and this might uplift those that morale of your teammate who has done really well. That's it here from the post-match presentation of the semi-finals of the Plate edition. We'll be live back again here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium tomorrow, where the Cup quarterfinals start. It is going to be Sri Lions that will be taking on Caravan Cricket Club tomorrow, 4:45 p.m. See you here. Until then, on behalf of the entire crew, good night and have a nice sleep.